A very good afternoon to all of you present here.
Good afternoon, sir.
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 It is requested the students who are presenting, they can switch on the video during the presentation so that it will be good for the people who are watching in the YouTube. I think it's clear to you all.
Yes, sir.
If possible, please switch on your video during your presentation, not in others' presentation. Okay, only for your presentation, you can switch on the video so that it will be good. It will be shown in the YouTube also. Okay.
Thank you, Bharat, for that instruction. I hope all the participants have joined with their own names. I can see some names which I do not recognize. I am assuming that it's your siblings or your parents' names that are visible. So if possible, please rename yourself to your own name so that we know that you are there. When you go to the panelist list, if you click on your ID, then it will ask you or give you the option to rename. So kindly rename with your own name and not your parents or siblings. So once again, a very warm good afternoon to all of you, and I welcome you on behalf of the LAKE 2020 Organizing Committee. So we started off with the orientation program, and here we are after a couple of rounds of evaluation. We are here at the final round of evaluation to find the young ecologist, Sahyadri Young Ecologist for this year. Okay, so LAKE 2020 is a journey that started in 1998, and it's a biennial conference that happens with a particular theme every time. And this year's theme being ecosystem structure, function, goods, and services. There were 20 sub-themes that were presented to you, and under which you have done various projects. And today we are going to look at all these projects. So to begin today's session, I would like to give you some instructions, which of which some are already known in the previous rounds. So for those of you who are streaming in live in YouTube and new participants or the participants' parents or anyone else, we would like to repeat the instructions. This is a paper presentation round. So you have 8 minutes to present your project and 2 minutes for discussion. So each project will have 10 minutes total. So you will be asked to stop at 8 minutes. So I recommend all of you conclude your presentation within 8 minutes. When your timer reaches 6 minutes, you will hear the first bell, at which you will be you can start concluding your session. And at 8 minutes, the second bell will go on, at which point you will have to stop your presentation. And 2 minutes, the judges, if they have any questions, they will be asking you and you can answer the questions. And we will move on to the next presentation. So once again, I wish you all the best for today's presentation. All the participants of 8th standard are presenting today for paper presentation. So to begin today's session, we have Dr. T.V. Ramchandra sir, who will be giving us a brief introduction about the ecosystem or the this year's theme. Sir, I hand over the session to you.
Okay, good afternoon to all. Now I know that you all are in the 8th standard. You are going to do the presentation about the theme of the conference. The theme of the conference is about ecosystem, goods, structure, the goods and services of the ecosystem. Now let us briefly try to understand. I know that you all have prepared the slides. Just to give you a flavor of the kind of the ecosystem we have, what kind of the resources we have inherited from our elders. I am going to demonstrate that. See, this is, you are all welcome to come to the Lake Symposium that is scheduled during 28th to 30th. Now for that symposium, so some of you are presenting the paper, some of you are doing the poster presentation. The morning session we had the presentation of the posters. Now we are moving to the paper presentation. There may be someone who is doing both paper as well as the poster presentation. You are most welcome to take part on the during 28th to 30th December. And you know, the youngsters who are selected today, the youngsters who are finalized today, the you know the award winners, the Sahyadri Young Ecologist Award winners would be announced on any one of the day during 28 to 29 and 30th. And though you need to attend all the 3 days, if you need a certificate from IIC, those who take part only for the concluding session will not get the certificate from IIC. Now, with this background, let me just take you to the glimpse of the theme of the conference. When you look at this slide, you will see a river surrounded by forest. There's a link between the forest and the river, the forest and the water. This is what we have understood. Now, if you look at this slide, you see that this is about 25 years back in a region where we were moving around doing the research. We used to see the water and with the vegetation there. But today in the same region, same location, there's no water. Probably it is because of the absence of vegetation. Now, to understand this further, to get the scientific basics for this kind of linkages, we will discuss those things on 28th when we meet for the symposium. So this kind of presentation will appear on 28th. You are most welcome to take part in that event. Now, we all talk about development. See, the development which doesn't deprive the water as it happened here, is the sustainable development. That means sustainable development ensures clean air, water, and environment to all of you. And for that, there is a sustenance of natural resources. For this to happen, we need to have a sensible citizen with a green lifestyle. You know that today is era where I see a lot of waste happening in the system. When we have sensible citizens with a green lifestyle, we will have security and that survive the human and other biota on the earth, and there will be peace in the system. So now when you look at the nature, see, when you understand the structure of the ecosystem, you see that there is a producer, there are consumers, and when you try to look at it carefully, see, somebody is eating someone else. So that means there is a energy and material transfer happen from one level to the other level. Then whatever is left in the system is being converted into elemental form by the bacteria and fungi. We call them as environmental engineers, or they help in the biodegradation of the natural product. See, that's why in the nature, there is nothing called waste. You will see waste where waste people are there. Who are those waste people? People who eat too much of pizza and waste the plastic bottles, polythene covers, etc. They are the waste fellows because they are using the material which are not assimilated by the nature. Now, this is the glimpse of the Western Ghats. See, you all are proud owner of this Western Ghats. This extends from Kerala to the Gujarat, about you see the 1,600 kilometer length. And if you look at the ecosystem, it gives a glimpse of the ecosystem like this. When you have the ecosystem of this, you will have numerous the plant and animal species. As per the estimate, 8 to 12 million species are there on the earth, and what the science has documented as of today is 1.3 million species. You know that what we have estimated is about 1.3 million. That means as a youngsters, you have a lot of opportunities to understand the importance of this species, how they meet the human's requirement in terms of the food, medicine, etc. Now let us try to understand where these species occur. See, I said that Kerala to Gujarat is a Western Ghat. If you look at along the x-axis, you see the latitudinal gradient. You would have studied the xy coordinates or the latitude longitude. When you look at that, you see at the 8 to 14 degree latitude corresponding to Kerala and Gujarat, Kerala to and Karnataka part of Western Ghats, you have the highest number of species. That means the any part of the globe, you see that highest number of species in India is in Kerala and Karnataka part of the Western Ghats. So that is where the responsibility is on our shoulder to protect this ecosystem so that we get the diverse vegetation, diverse animals, so that you have diverse food and medicine. Apart from that, because of the forest here, we have the water, which gives the water to all in peninsular India. Now, when you look at the water, you know, water is becoming a scarce commodity. Some of you might be getting water once in 2 days or once in 3 days. If that is the case, you need to know the importance of the water. So one way is to minimize the use of water. So you can be prudent in using the water. Another way is when you take food, you can also be choose the food which requires the less water. For example, if you start eating pulses, there are many health benefits apart from the water use efficiency. See, the health benefit is you will not put on weight. There is no obesity. It helps in optimal brain functioning. It is a good source of vitamin. It reduces the risk of cancer and lowers the diabetes and blood pressure. And also it helps in the cell and gene damage. It prevents the cell and gene damage. So that means when you have the food of this kind, you are also healthy. When you are healthy, you will also reduce the water, because to grow pulses, we need only 200 liters of water for 1 kg of pulses. Whereas when you eat rice and the wheat, for every kg of rice and wheat, you need 3,000 to 5,000 liters of water. And also, more importantly, if you grow pulses, the moment people start consuming pulses, we need to grow more pulses. If you grow pulses, the human animal conflict also can be reduced. In the villages where animals are there, wild animals move, if you grow pulses, they will not attack the crop nor attack the human. So that's how you can address the human animal conflict also. That's where one need to have a balanced diet. So that is where, you know, those who take the vegetable, fruits, and a bowl of pulses, they are healthy. You know, if you have a variety of vegetables or varieties of the fruits and a bowl of pulse every day in the night, then in the next day morning you feel so fresh. Which means this is a balanced diet which gives you the physiological, psychological, sociological, environmental, nutritional, emotional, and spiritual well-being. So by choosing the right food, you can also be intelligent. By choosing the right food, you can also be the responsible citizen of the country, because to grow this the crops, you do not require much water. At the same time, it gives a stability in your system. I hope you will take this message forward. The country requires the responsible citizens. For people to be responsible, they need to think positively. So that is where the thinking positively will help in building the nation. With these few words, I wish you all the success, and I hope you will do a very good job. And at the end of the day, we all learn from you all. I know there are about 20 youngsters are ready for the presentation. We'll listen to all of you. Those who have come up with the wonderful ideas and wonderful concepts, we will invite you again to do the presentation in the one of those days in the conference, which will be done randomly. That means during the conference, you need to be mentally alert. And when we announce the name, you need to come and do the presentation. I wish you the success. I look forward for your the good presentation. The best wishes to all of you. Riju?
Thank you very much, sir, for that wise words and a beautiful presentation explaining the theme of this year's conference. So once again, on behalf of all the organizing committee and scientific committee, I wish you all the students the very best. The 20 projects that are selected today are after 2 rounds of evaluation. So let us listen to the presentations for today. Now, before we start, I have a small announcement for the judges for today. We have 3 categories of students that are presenting today. One is 6th and 7th. The other one is 11th standard or 12th standard student that is from the category 11, 12, and PUC. Since she has exams on the other day, she is presenting today. So that I request you all to keep in mind. So let me just share my screen now and we'll start today's session. Aishwarya?
Yes, sir.
So this presentation is basically from the 11, 12, and the PUC category. So Aishwarya, I'll let you know when to start. So all the participants, just keep in mind that there will be a bell at 6 minutes to intimate you of 2 minutes remaining, and at 8 minutes you will hear the second bell at which you will be asked to stop the presentation. So wish you all the best. Aishwarya, you can start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aishwarya. I'm from 2nd PUC. Today, I'm going to be presenting my study on analyzing dengue from an ecological perspective. Next slide, please. Now, why dengue? In a world that is reeling from the effects of COVID-19, I thought that I must shed some light on dengue, which is the world's fastest growing vector-borne disease according to the WHO. As you can see, the numbers are daunting. So many thousands of cases every year in India, costing us so much millions of US dollars that should go into development. And there is no vaccine. Next slide, please. But dengue is more than just a disease or an epidemic. There is something else to it. Now, most of you might know that the Aedes mosquito, Albopictus, and the Egypti versions of it, those mosquitoes are the vectors of this disease, and a majority of their life cycle is spent in water. So that made me ask, is there a relation between the ecology of a place and the spread of this disease? Next slide, please. Now, you might note that environmental factors such as temperature, rainfall, inadequate sanitization, water stagnation, overpopulation, all these can be attributed as causes of the spread of the disease. But there is one common devil in the discussion, and that is unscientific and rapid urbanization. I refer to some previous literature studies which have been made on this topic, and I understood one thing. While people are looking into the relation between ecology and dengue spread, I want to focus more on state-specific scenarios in the light of urbanization. Next slide, please. So that brings me to my objectives. Well, firstly, I'm going to compare the state with the most and least fraction of dengue infection per population. I'm going to take the parameters of annual rainfall, total green area, and the dengue cases and correlate them taken 2 at a time. Then I'm going to analyze my results with state-specific urbanization scenarios and suggest remediation. Next slide, please. Next slide. So my study was concentrated on the states of India. And as you can see from my methodology, next slide, please. I started out by calculating the case fraction, which is the number of reported cases as a population of the state. Then the most and least affected states were identified and the correlation coefficient for the parameters chosen were noted. After graphically plotting the numbers, I wanted to add value to the numbers. And for that, I drew inferences and suggested remedies. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. You can see from my results that Punjab comes out as the most infected state and Jharkhand as the least. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at the data, it's pretty clear that there is a notion of difference between the fraction in these two states. Next slide. So then we come to the question, Punjab. Why is it the most affected state? A glimpse of the snapshot of various numbers which have been recorded by government agencies reveal high cases, low tree cover, and low rainfall. Next slide, please. You can see that on calculating the correlation coefficient between dengue cases and annual rainfall, you get a value very close to 0. Next slide. You see that this means that in an agriculturally dominant land use pattern of Punjab, which has only, let's say, about 83% of its land under agriculture, there are many national and state-sponsored programs taken up by the Punjab Agriculture University and a variety of other organizations which focus on redirecting the water into irrigation and drainage systems. Apart from this, there are also local level projects which focus on beautifying villages, improving drainage, clearing ponds, etc. So it's very clear that due to anthropogenic intervention, positive in this case, there is very less room for water stagnation. So it's unlikely that water stagnation is a cause for the spread of dengue in the state. So what could be the reason? Next slide, please. Once again, the correlation coefficient between dengue cases and total green area comes very close to 0. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the question, why might this be? Now, there are studies which show that, dengue is primarily a peridomestic phenomena and it's a village and urban disease. So Punjab has only 6% forest cover, but it's rapidly urbanizing. The 2011 census revealed it to be one of the top 5 urbanized states of India with its average higher than the national average. Next slide, please. So think about it. There are so many places, even in your city, there are so many places where water can stagnate. So it's clear that urbanization has a role in the spread of dengue in Punjab. Furthermore, there is a light at the end of the tunnel because annual rainfall and total green area do show a positive correlation. Next slide, please. You can see that, by increasing its forest area or tree cover, Punjab can increase its rainfall and benefit the agricultural sector in the state. And as these don't negatively affect the spread of dengue, it would be beneficial to the state to increase its green cover. Also, management of the disease spread of dengue in the state must focus on shifting towards planned urbanization, increasing awareness and public health measures. Next slide, please. Then what about Jharkhand, which is the least affected state? Next slide, please. The glimpse clearly shows that the cases are very much less compared to Punjab and the green area and rainfall are way higher. Next slide, please. On calculating the correlation between dengue cases and annual rainfall in Jharkhand, you see a very positive correlation. Next slide, please. Now, it is clear that there are 2 important things which anybody should keep in mind while looking at the numbers. One, Jharkhand is faring better than other states. However, there is a steep rise in cases within the state. So for the first case, that is why Jharkhand is better than other states, it can be because of its extensive forest cover, because it drains any possible stagnant rainwater. So there is no water stagnant and naturally the disease spread is curbed compared to other states. But within the state, it has been recorded by previous study that there is rapid urbanization and unplanned urbanization because urbanization is happening by slums. It's not like cities, skyscrapers are coming in. So in urban areas such as Ranchi, the mosquito in its larval and adult stages have been well established, which is very worrisome and causes the spurt of the dengue disease in the area. Next slide, please. You can see that dengue cases and total green area in Jharkhand are positively correlated, but only slightly. Next slide, please. But I would caution anyone that it is very unlikely that the presence of forest can be attributed causation to increasing dengue cases, because the spread of the dengue virus transmission and reproduction as well as of the vector is reduced by colder temperatures. And forests, like all of us know, with 30% forest cover, the average temperatures are reduced. So Jharkhand should increase its forest cover, and that is not the reason for the rise in dengue cases. Next slide, please. Now, this is also offering us a kind of a peep into the scenario in Jharkhand. Rainfall and total green area are only very positive, slightly positively correlated. Next slide, please. This is against the general trend of a strong positive correlation. Now, the urban modified precipitating systems and pollution due to the mining industry in Jharkhand, etc., are indicative of the fact that urbanization is not just increasing the dengue cases in Jharkhand, but also destroying its precipitation patterns and posing a huge problem to the state. Next slide, please. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say this. Next slide, please. While the numbers might mean a plethora of things, it's very important for us to have state-specific solutions. Management of slums and urbanization is the core demon in the discussion, and we must be very clear in handling urbanization in a planned and scientific way, because it poses a threat to the most and the least affected state, which is very, very worrisome. Next slide, please. So what some suggestions we can do. We can have integrated approaches such as forest farming in agricultural states like Punjab, industrial cities like Jharkhand, as well as places which have rapid urbanization. Small places such as Palakkad and Coimbatore, which are towns near big cities, must take care to have urban planning. But I would like to say that the key thing is to spread awareness. Next slide, please. These are my references. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. I acknowledge everyone who's been part of this journey. I thank everyone with the bottom of my heart. I had a lot of fun doing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for that presentation. Now, if the judges have any questions, they may ask the participant.
Good afternoon, Aishwarya. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
In your presentation, you mentioned Punjab has 6.12% of forest cover. From which source or which website you got this percentage, and what is the latest forest cover?
Yes, sir. So I took the Forest Survey of India, as well as a couple of other, government compendiums of various statistics. So there they do a biennial survey. So I took the latest biennial survey data.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, what are the causes of dengue? What are symptoms of dengue?
So, of course, there is fever, and then some people do experience digestive issues, and then there are rashes. So, all these things are the causes. But actually, the question reminds me of one very important thing. In places like Jharkhand and even in Punjab, I would say, which are beginning to urbanize, it's very important for us to spread the symptoms, the notifications of the symptoms too, because I did suspect a little bit of underreportage of cases in Jharkhand, considering the dynamics of the state. So yeah, but it would be very well worth noting the symptoms.
So what is your conclusion from this study?
Okay, sir. So, well, first thing is, I would say that urbanization, especially in a developing country like India, is happening in an unplanned manner. There is even a construction site next to my house, and you can see the water getting stagnated during monsoon seasons and everything. So, there should be, of course, a very pan-India oriented regulation, but states must also look into the urbanization patterns within the state, because I also read, I think, a report, a kind of a paper, but I couldn't completely gauge it, so I didn't put it, but which stated that the change in precipitation patterns of Jharkhand had resulted in an increase in the dengue cases. So that intrigued me also. I can't use Jharkhand's model for Punjab, and that is what I'm trying to establish. I'm continuing this. I did have a little bit of difficulty because of the lack of data. I only got 5 years data from government sources. But yes, sir, I would urge everyone to look into the ecology of dengue, because very few people think of that. I feel that should be thought of, like how we relate COVID to air pollution and things like that. We must look into the ripple effect that changes in ecology and ecosystems have.
So how do you relate dengue with the ecosystem?
Okay, so well, there are many aspects, like I told. One direct thing is that the life cycle of the mosquito is dependent on water. So of course, forest cover, rainfall, temperature, and all these things are very much interrelated and intertwined. So that is one way of looking, where a lot of research has gone into it. Another interesting thing is to look into the kind of or species of tree population or animal population in these forest areas, because when I was doing Jharkhand, one of the things which I wanted to do was, maybe in the future I would like to do it sometime, look into the kind of animals and the kind of trees which are present, so that when we do integrated management systems, we can be focused on the specific requirements of the disease. So everything is very much connected to ecology, especially when you consider that the mosquito vector of dengue is just so prevalent, and there are so many. Even in Singapore, they're worried about the cascade effect of removing mosquitoes completely from their ecosystem, and there are so many discussions. So it's very, very connected to ecology.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So what about the sanitation and also water pollution in those two areas in the study locations? Can you
So
correlate
ma'am,
with dengue and typhoid?
yes, ma'am. So that is a wonderful thing which I would definitely like to pursue. One thing which I did do is that I just glanced at the tier of cities, that is the tier of urbanization in Punjab and Jharkhand. So in Jharkhand, as you can see, it's mostly the fourth tier, the slums kind of cities which are coming up. So that, and then of course the water pollution too. But what I think I would, well, I mean, if I can reach out to the government or if someone is listening, I would like them to record the dengue cases district wise also, because Kerala has done that. I believe other states should also do it so that we can focus more on, okay, so this place has this much water pollution or air pollution index, and I can correlate it with dengue. And I want the records for that. So I would definitely urge someone, any person who's watching it, to record that if they're there in the government.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Aishwarya, for that presentation. Now we'll move on to the next presentation. Bhumika and Niharika, are you there? Bhumika and Niharika from KK English School. Okay. Vijaya, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
Just
should I
hold on.
start presenting?
Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you may start now.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Vijaya and I'm studying in grade 8, Auramira International School. And today this presentation is going to be talking about a survey and a case study conducted relating to environmental literacy. So next slide. So what is environmental literacy? Environmental literacy is an understanding an individual has to take sensible decisions towards the environment. And my objectives of this presentation is to bring awareness on how being environmentally literate can change lifestyles for the good, to highlight the importance of environmental literacy along with literacy, to show the results of the survey conducted, and to show learnings from the case study relating to environmental literacy. So next slide, please. By this topic. So, environmental literacy gives us the awareness to approach and address alarming environmental, ecological, and several other issues today. And lack in environmental literacy is the main cause of the problems that are faced today. Thus, I can help by becoming environmentally literate and putting it into practice myself, and make the people aware of how this is important, which I was able to do by choosing this project. So, next slide, please. Many of us get confused between environmental literacy and literacy, but they're two whole different things. And in literacy, a person in today's world is considered literate only when educated and can read and write. An environmentally literate person has to know what is right or wrong for the environment, must be willing to take these decisions, and has to have the ability to put it into practice. And an environmentally literate person doesn't always have to be literate. So, next slide, please. Now, coming into the survey, the first step was I asked 30 MCQs through Google Forms to collect the required information, 14 questions on awareness, 9 on purchase and practice, 2 on transportation, and few others. Totally, 250 responses were collected. So, next slide. The responders included 54 people from my school, with about 40 students and 14 teachers, others being professionals, college and school students, and homemakers. So, next slide. Findings of the survey. Next slide. The data analysis. So I marked each question differently based on its importance. Now, for example, I asked a question saying, "Do you harvest rainwater?" And if the surveyors did harvest rainwater, they would have gotten 5 marks. Otherwise, 0. And like another question I asked was, "Do you carry your own bag out for buying your groceries and shopping?" So that time, that question had only 1 mark. based on the level of importance. From the replies of the respondents, they got an environmental literacy score out of the total being 45. Using Excel's data analysis options, I created a histogram out of this data and a pie chart to show this in percentage. So next slide, please. Now you can see in this graph that out of all the 250 people who responded, and the 250 people who responded, the x-axis shows the range of environmental literacy score, and the y-axis the number of people. And you can see that most people have scored about 77. Most people have scored about 20 to 25 marks out of 45. And the highest mark scored was about 43, and the least was 11. So next slide, please. Now, coming to the pie chart to understand it better, the light green color shows that 52% have scored average, which is about which people have scored about 20 to 30 marks out of 45. 52%, and the other 29% have scored about 30 to 40 marks out of 45, and the other 37 people, which is 15%, have scored about 0 to 20 marks out of 45. So next slide, please. So a fact I noticed is that the government role is important in implementing environmental needs, as 84% get their vehicles tested for smoke emission regularly. As this was made a rule by the government, most people follow it. Thus, the more the rules the government implements relating to the environment and make sure it's put into action, the people follow it. One of the ways the government has done so is environmental studies used to be part of the syllabus for only those who chose science, but now it's been made compulsory for those who choose commerce and arts. So next slide, please. A case study, being environmentally literate and putting it into action. So next slide. So the name of the interviewees were Anamika Mukherjee and Amit Mukherjee. Today, they primarily depend on harvested rainwater. Reports on severe freshwater crisis and RO water containing harmful substances made them harvest rainwater. They were supplied with clean rainwater for 9 months, and the other 3 months they used recycled water from the tank, from a stored tank, as you can see in the image. Due to the BWSSB water supply not being sufficient, especially during the summer months, many families shifted into getting tanker water, which was quite expensive. Thus, it added up to their financial savings. So next slide. So when this rainwater was tested in labs, the results were shown to be pure. They believe that the government can spread such messages. There have been instances where people have been surprised with the taste of the rainwater even after long storage. By this, we understand how being environmentally literate and putting it into practice helped their health, as they had complete control on the water they drank, and it made them self-sufficient, helping their income. So next slide. So to conclude, the impact of environmental literacy can be improved by teaching why it must be practiced rather than how it must be practiced, giving the individual the freedom to find out their own ways to help the environment. Thinking sustainably can save for tomorrow by decreasing the need for today. From the survey, we understand that environmental literacy can be improved as the efforts the people put are small. The survey also helped many people to start evaluating themselves and simple ways to be environmentally literate and follow these needs. From the case study, we have learned that how being environmentally literate is important, as it can change your lifestyle for the better. So next slide. So I would like to heartfully thank the LAKE 2020 symposium conductors, Uma Didi, our principal, Yagnisini and Indumati Didi, our my guiders, and my family and friends for supporting me throughout the project. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Vijaya. Now, if the judges have any questions, they may ask you.
Yes, sir.
What is your idea about RO water? Is RO water harmful? If you say yes, then why?
It's not harmful, but I've read many places where, because of it removes all the minerals, even the bad ones and the good ones. So it's like useless. Like, it doesn't have any minerals. There's no use of drinking the water without minerals. So that is what I've heard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vijaya, for the presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned that environmental science has been introduced in both arts and commerce. Do you have any idea in which year or they have introduced, or in which semester?
So can you repeat your question? Your voice is breaking. Sorry.
Okay, am I clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
During the presentation, you mentioned that environmental science has been introduced for both arts and commerce students. Do you have any idea for which year students the syllabus?
No, sir, but it's recently. It's very recently I've heard. Yes, sir. That's all I know. I don't know the exact year.
Okay. Say if I put across like PU students or degree students, do you have any idea for which students it is a compulsory subject for both arts and commerce?
No, sir, I don't know that. I just heard the fact, so I put it the way the comment is.
So, what is your takeover from this study?
I understood that the efforts people put are very small and they have to change it. Most of them are not educated about the environment, or either they don't know how to help or change their lifestyles to help the environment in themselves. So I did the survey to understand that. That's the main reason I did the survey.
So you believe your school is environmentally literate, according to you?
Most of them are still getting educated, but our school is helping, is taking many steps to practice environmental literacy. Yeah, but most of them are still getting educated environmentally, so you can't say that they're completely environmentally.
Okay, since there are no more questions, we will move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, judges. Bhumika and Niharika.
Yeah, Briju, they are there. Can you hear
Okay.
me, Briju?
Yes, I can hear
Bhumi,
you.
You can. Hey, speak. Briju, can you hear her?
We can only hear you.
Oh, okay. So I think she can use this my mobile and do it, right?
Yeah, she can present through this.
Can she? Yeah. Baby, try.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Bhumi.
Hello. Is it audible, sir?
Yes, it's audible now.
Yes.
You can start whenever you're ready, Bhumika.
Yeah, I'm ready, sir. Namaste, everyone. Life is a game of chess. You cannot undo the moves, but you can make the next step better. Today, I got an opportunity to keep a step forward to express my views. So let's start the presentation with bunch of knowledge and let us enjoy. Man is a creature of nature to dwell and live in it. He is expected to use, utilize, and develop the resources for a sustainable life. Like all other creatures, he is born to follow the principles of nature, but the greed of man had spoiled the environment. The religion and holy scriptures guide us to follow the right path and to live in harmony with nature. The ways and the cautions, methods described in our holy books are guidance for life. To understand this, let us look forward. My buddy Niharika and myself, Bhumika from KK English High School, has taken up this project, a study of water and nature mentioned in our holy scripts and common practices. Next slide, sir. Mother Nature has everything stored in a right proportion. I mean, all her resources for our needs. She does a selfless service. How much is air and water important to us? The utmost importance should be given to our nature also. This is what Holy Scripture says. But we have ruthlessly used. I should not use the word used. Instead, I should say we overused. In other words, we looted all her resources. And now all of us are sitting at home covering our nose and mouth with the mask. Next slide, sir. The environment in which we live comprises of air, water, forest, and other creatures who keep us on the right path. And to live in harmony with nature, let us look how the scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, Bible, and Quran guide us on the path of sustainability. Next slide, sir. Let us also look at how the scripture shows us the way and also warn us about the hazards of the misuse of the nature and also at the accountability of protecting the environment which is mentioned in the scripts. Next slide, sir. My accomplice and I had collected the information from our grandparents, elders, Ustad, Holy Father, and also we did some secondary research. Next slide, sir. So now let's understand what Bible say. Water is mentioned a total of 722 times more often than faith, hope, prayer, and worship. Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. The earth was a formless void, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from the God swept over the face of the waters. It means that earth is such an essential component of life. And it was created on the very first day. John chapter 4, verse 14 says that if we conserve water, it will be there in its double or triple on the earth. In Revelations, water is mentioned again, and it is the utmost the last words of the Bible. It says that water flows throughout the scriptures, and this should remind of its importance, both spiritually and physically. Next slide, sir. Now let's understand what Bible says. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahillazi sakana azaban furatan birahmatihi walam yajalahu milhan ujajan bisunobina. So chapter 23 verse 81 of Quran explains how water came from the outer space and how God made earth its dwelling. Chapter 2 verse 164 of Quran explains how water came from the heaven above the clouds. Here God is not talking about rain, but he is talking about water. Water is precious. Use it judiciously, or else you have to give an account of every drop that how you spent on the day of judgment. Next slide, sir. Allah says that earth was created for us to live, not to spoil it. So we have to take care of our earth as we take care of our own things. It also says that if a person plants a tree and look after it, hundreds of his sins are forgiven, especially a fruit-bearing tree is planted and taken care of. Next slide, sir. रसोहम आपसो कौन्तेय प्रभास्मि शशि सूर्ययोः pravana sarva vedesho shabdake paurushan risho. Krishna says that he is the taste in water. It is the intrinsic property of water to carry the taste of all substances. When we are thirsty and someone offers us gold to drink instead of water, can anyone drink? No. The taste of water is so nice when we are thirsty. No manufacturer can create this taste. Hence, we are not the manufacturers, so it should be our duty to conserve, protect the water for our future generations. Let me remind you, according to Bhagavad Gita, water is Krishna, means water is God. But I don't understand the mindset of those people who throw garbage, sewage into water. Next slide, sir. We understood the importance of nature and water mentioned in our holy scripts. So if we would have followed all those, we would have worshipped or conserved our nature. But what did we do? We forgot all our principles. We crossed our limits and also we spoiled our nature. And this led to deforestation, water pollution, water scarcity, air pollution, waterborne diseases, and whatnot. And it caused a drastic change in our ecosystem. Due to scarcity of water, each and everybody are using packaged drinking water. Even poor people are forced to buy packaged drinking water wherein they don't have money to buy rice. We can't change the past, but we can change the future. So let us all stand up for the conservation of our mother land. Next slide, sir. Gandhiji said the world has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. Next slide, sir. Recently, I read the newspaper and I was fascinated by it. It was about ancient practices in India to conserve water. So, firstly, in Rajasthan, there is a pre monsoon ritual called Lasipa, where entire village people gathers to clean and deseal the water bodies. And they celebrate it at last by singing and dancing. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. Here, the wells which were constructed, and their main objective was to conserve water, like Jalharas, Bawaris. Next slide, sir. Johats, all constructed to. We are not following it. So time doesn't permit me to discuss about it. Next slide, sir. So let's come to the last part of our presentation. Holy scriptures emphasizes to have written. Maybe they have spoiled the nature. So if you would have followed all these traditional practices and whatever written in our holy scriptures, the present mess with lake, water, and wetlands would not have been arised. I conclude my presentation by saying that let us all abide the laws of nature and protect the nature and water for our sustenance on this beautiful earth. Next slide, sir. So I thank TV Ramachandra sir and his team for giving us this opportunity. We also thank our principal M.A. Khan and our teacher AVP ma'am. Thank you for giving your time. Next slide, sir. These are the references for our studies. Next slide, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Bhumika. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Bhumika,
ma'am.
In that effects, you have related water to air pollution. Can you just explain about it? How air and air pollution and
Ma'am, can you repeat it, ma'am? It's not audible for us.
okay. So in the effects you have shown air pollution. Okay. So how water causes air pollution? How it is related? Can you just explain?
Ma'am, we human beings, we don't have any
Bhumika, we are unable to hear you.
God for
Bhumika.
So it should, but we have forgot.
Bhumika, can you hear me? Bhumika, Niharika?
Is Niharika there?
No, I think we have lost them. Okay, in that case, we'll move on to the next presentation. Varshita and Maitreyi?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Don't start yet.
Can we start, sir?
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, me, Maitreyi, and my friend Varshita are going to be presenting our analysis on the herbs used in Ayurvedic treatment of COVID-19. So let's proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, all the systems of medicine across the world, including Ayurveda, are hard at work finding a cure for the coronavirus. So, according to Ayurveda, COVID-19 falls under the categories of Jvara, Vata Kapha, and Janapadu Vibhasa. With special emphasis on the role in the treatment of COVID-19, we have chosen to study the medicinal properties of three herbs: dry ginger, ashwagandha, and giloy. Next slide.
So our research methodology goes like this. We first found a way to contact the Ayurvedic doctors and interviewed them using a detailed questionnaire we prepared. Analyzing the answers, we gathered that ashwagandha, giloy, and dry ginger are the most used herbs due to various properties. We also read many medical journals, news reports, and of Ayurvedic treatment and compared them with general treatment of COVID-19 and found out that Ayurveda is more efficient. Next slide.
So here are some of the major medicines which have been prescribed by various doctors and institutes whom we interviewed, and we found out that 19 of these 26 medicines contain ginger as a key ingredient. Next slide. So basically, we interviewed 5 doctors and institutes and found out that they have cured more than 300 COVID-19 patients as of August 2020. And as mentioned earlier, we found out that 73% of these medicines contain ginger. Giloy and shunti, which is dry ginger, are vital herbs used in the treatment of COVID-19. This is why we found out in an article that it was there in a 30-year-old COVID-19 patient's treatment.
So we looked into the Ayurvedic and curative properties of ginger and found out the following. Ginger has the property to cure cough and breathing difficulties, which are major symptoms of COVID-19. This is because it contains antioxidants and anti-inflammatory properties, which relax the membranes in the respiratory tract and airways. This is the major reason why ginger is prescribed for treating COVID-19 patients. Next slide, please.
So now let us take a look at the role of ashwagandha and giloy in the treatment of COVID-19. A collaborative research study was conducted by IIT Delhi and AIST Japan, in which they discovered that ashwagandha may be a very effective anti-COVID-19 drug. We also analyzed the treatment protocols of Dr. L. Mahadevan and found out that he frequently prescribed Kuruchari Kashayam, Bharangyadi Kashayam, and Panchaamrita Kashayam. All of these 3 formulations have giloy as a key ingredient. Lastly, Patanjali Research Institute, they conducted a clinical trial for 120 COVID symptomatic patients. There, they administered 500 milligrams of pure ashwagandha extract and pure giloy extract to all the patients twice a day for 14 days. By the end of the trial, all the patients were cured. Next slide.
So we researched about the Ayurvedic and curative properties and found out that coronavirus mainly attacks the cells and weakens them. Ashwagandha is very well known for boosting cell immunity. Giloy contains antioxidants which help fighting cell damage. Ashwagandha contains a compound called vithanol. Vithanol, when compared with another active compound called caffeic acid phenylethyl ester, stops the reproduction process of the coronavirus, ultimately killing it. Giloy releases the blocked nose, which is a very common symptom of COVID-19. These are the reasons why ashwagandha and giloy are prescribed. They are also generally prescribed for boosting immunity. Next slide.
So now let us take a look at the medicines which contain ashwagandha and giloy. Ashwagandha and giloy both are available in tablet form and are generally taken in the raw form. Ashwagandha is generally taken in the raw powder form along with water, honey or ghee according to the prescription of the doctor. Next slide.
So we analyzed various literature available online and the medical journals we read and news reports of the following doctors, 7 doctors which we have mentioned here, and compared their treatment process with general treatment process and concluded the following in the next slides. Next slide, please. So in the first graph, as we can see, various doctors take various days to cure a patient, and taking the average, we got to know that an average patient takes 4 to 5 days. Also, we saw the various types of symptoms that are handled both with Ayurvedic doctors and non-Ayurvedic treatment. And clearly, we can see that Ayurveda takes less time, that is 8 to 9 days, than non-Ayurvedic treatment, that is 15 to 16 days. Next slide, please.
So now let us take a look at the progression of the treatment. We analyzed the data of Ayurvedic and standard treatment which is available online, and we divided it into 3 graphs as shown here. So the percentage of people having breathlessness, the percentage of symptomatic patients, and the percentage of patients who were tested negative. So here you can see in the first graph that the symptom of breathlessness disappeared for a higher percentage of people who came through Ayurvedic treatment. In the second graph, we can see that by day 4 itself, the people who came through Ayurvedic treatment were completely cured. And in the last graph, we can see that by day 5, a higher percentage of people were tested negative who came through Ayurvedic treatment. So from all this, we can gather that Ayurvedic treatment is much less time consuming and much more effective. Next slide.
So we also compared the number of people treated to the success rate of 2 institutions, that is of Dr. L. Mahadevan team and of Dr. Of Dharma Ayurveda Institute. Dr. L. Mahadevan treated about 32 patients with 30 people successfully cured, and Dharma Ayurveda Medical Institute treated a wide range of people with various symptoms as shown in the next pie chart. Dharma Ayurveda Institute treated about 210 patients with 180 patients cured. In the next pie chart, we can see the types of COVID-19 cases handled. There we can see that 1% was asymptomatic. This is one setback of treating Ayurvedically because it mainly treats symptomatic people. Next slide, please.
Several organizations, including government agencies, distribute immunity-boosting medicines among high-risk frontline COVID-19 workers and even patients. And it was observed that only a fraction of these people were affected, as shown in the table given below. We also calculated the average of all of these studies and found out that only about 6.5% of the people were affected. Next slide.
Conclusion. From our research, we can gather that Ayurveda is very well helpful when it comes to treating COVID-19. We also saw that ginger, ashwagandha, and giloy are the most used herbs due to various properties. Ayurvedic treatment works faster and more efficient rather than non-Ayurvedic treatment. It also has less side effects owing to be natural. Next slide.
So here are a few screenshots of the WhatsApp with which we communicated with the doctors, as we were able to unable to directly go due to this pandemic. Next slide. Here are a few more screenshots. Next slide.
A big thank you to all the doctors who helped us make it possible to complete our project. These are the doctors which we interviewed. Next slide, please. Next.
And
These
here
are
are
the references. Next slide. Next slide.
Thank you to all the teachers who helped us, our parents, and to Dr. Seema Goel ma'am who guided us and supported us till the very end. Special thanks to Richard sir for also guiding us, and to IISc for giving us this golden opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Varshita and Maitreyi, for that presentation. Now let's listen to the questions from the judges.
So what is your takeover from the study?
We can conclude or we have taken over that
Out of this project.
Yeah, so from this project, we can say that Ayurvedic treatment can be used to treat COVID-19, and it has also worked in many patients' cases. And as we have seen from the graph, it is more efficient than most generally treated patients.
And also, we can also see that the herbs and spices which Ayurveda uses to treat, they are very much more efficient than the allopathic medicines.
Maybe allopathic medicines also work, but then some people prefer natural herbs as ginger, ashwagandha, because they might be facing some other disease which does not allow them to consume the allopathic medicine.
So by comparing cost-wise and the medicines available, that is herbs are
and majority of India sometimes don't have easy access to pharmacies and medicine stores or hospitals. So Team Dhanvantri especially provided 800 villages with preventive medicines, masks, and hand sanitizers, as we found out. So we feel Ayurveda can be a very useful in treating COVID-19.
So do you think the herbs whichever you are mentioning, so it will be sufficiently available and can compete with the allopathy?
Yes, sir, because the herbs which we have selected, giloy, ashwagandha, and ginger, they are very widely available. They are available in most households and they're very easy to grow also. So the people in rural areas who don't have access to a proper allopathic treatment, so it's very easy for them also to access it.
It's very easy to grow.
Okay, thank you.
So among the three, that ginger, giloy, and ashwagandha, which is the best medicine to cure this COVID-19?
We cannot say that out of Ayurveda that one medicine is best, because each medicine has its own properties and it is used to treat specific things. So, but for COVID-19, these three are top because ginger is mainly used in treatment in most of the medicines, and ashwagandha and giloy are generally prescribed for boosting immunity because our immunity is very necessary for fighting against this coronavirus.
As we can see in the fourth slide, there are a variety of medicines, and in most of the medicines, ginger, we cannot consume ginger in raw form and expect it to work. It is a combination, it's a concoction of various herbs, but we took out ginger because 73% of the medicines had ginger. So we felt ginger had a very important role. It is when compared with all other herbs, so we cannot. It is like, a combination of herbs.
And it is also very easily accessible because every Indian household has ginger.
Maitri and Varshita, two questions. One is that how long does this medicines take to show the result, and then how long does it also take to prepare medicine out of these components?
We interviewed one doctor. I actually spoke to her through WhatsApp, Dr. Sharika. I also consult her for my for as a doctor, as a patient. I consult her. She said that these medicines are actually made in factories, and it does not take much. I mean, since it's herbal, I don't think it will take much time. But as of now, we are not very sure of how much time will it take to prepare the medicine.
And as of curing, the curing actually depends on the patient and not on the doctor, because the immunity power of the patient and the severity of the infection, all that matters, because Ayurveda treats symptomatically and every single thing matters. So, but the average, it takes about 4 to 5 days to cure.
The average of patients through all doctors, and if it's like, various types of symptoms, then the medicines automatically vary, because Ayurveda mainly treats symptomatically. Depending on the symptoms, they give various medicines. So we can see in the graphs that it takes 8 to 9 days or 4 to 5 days depending on patients.
Okay, thank you, judges, and thank you, Maitri and Varshita. Let's move to the next presentation.
Briju, will you be able to take her questions now, Bhumika? Yeah.
Okay, we can take that.
Yeah, 1 minute. Okay. Yeah, you just please speak. Say hi.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Bhumika.
Hi, sir.
You heard the question that was asked to you?
Hi, sir. So,
you can
as
answer
ma'am
that
asked the
question.
question, so in our holy scriptures, there are not only about water, but also about nature. Also, it is mentioned that how much important is our nature also. So, we have just concentrated more about water, but also in our holy scriptures, it mentions that if nature So we have to worship nature as it is a gift from our God. So if we spoil our nature, it will be like disrespecting the God. But what we are doing is we are just spoiling the nature and all, and we are not respecting it. So this will be connected to nature by we have now we are talking about holy scriptures, that we have to follow whatever written in holy scriptures. So in holy scriptures, as I said, it is also written about nature, so we have to follow that. Hello.
Thank you, Bhumika. Are there any other questions for Bhumika?
Yes. Bhumika, you mentioned about holy scriptures and you also narrated one stotra, right? A shloka from Bhagavad Gita. You know
Yes,
from
sir.
which section you have taken that stotra? Do you know Bhagavad
It
Gita?
was from chapter 7 verse 6, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Bhumika. Thank you, judges. Now we'll move to the next presentation. Bhumika and Ranjita.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Bhumika V and she is my friend Ranjita K. We are studying in 8th standard. We thank to ISC Bengaluru for giving this opportunity to study. Please create an ecosystem by providing shelter and food for birds and animals. So next slide. They absorb carbon dioxide, significant role in reducing erosion and moderating the climate. They are widely appreciated for their provides products and their beauty. Contribute to our environment. Our main so next slide. Objective to document trees in Weaver's colony from first cross to 12th cross. To measure height and girth of identified trees. To correlate average people and trees available in the study area. To estimate the location and number of trees which can be planted. Study area 12 degree 84 minutes 46 seconds north to 12 degree 84 minutes 66 seconds north, 77 degree 58 minutes 52 seconds east to 77 degree 58 minutes 15 seconds east. First cross to 12th cross. Reverse colony, Gottigere, Bannarghatta Road, Bangalore 83. Methods and materials. Study area selected around 1 kilometer square. Covered 12 crosses from east to west. Counted each trees and record girth and height of trees using shadow method. Counted buildings in all 12 crosses. Used materials, measurement tape, field data book, smartphone to capture pictures. Next, my friend Bhumika. Checklist of trees in Weaver's colony. From first cross to 12th cross, the common name and the number of trees we found. Golden cashew level, coconut plum 35, gul mohat 22, African tulip tree 6, Indian elm 87, silver hook 18, rain tree 8, Nil tulip tree 2, neem tree 20, papaya tree 10, Indian tulip tree 51, mango tree 15, fig tree 15, Indian gooseberry 10, almond tree 10, jamun tree 17, Singapore cherry 30, jackfruit 5. The total number of trees were 372 trees. So next slide. This point shows where the trees are located. Sir, next slide. Field work. This shows how to identify the girth, and height in shadow method. Sir, next slide. Important data collected are counted buildings 1196, average population may be 4784, total trees counted 372, tallest tree Sivahook 96.18 feet, shortest tree papaya and Singapore cherry 8.2 feet, biggest with golden cashew 107 inches, shortest with Singapore cherry 12 inches. Result and discussion. In Weaver's colony, there are 372 trees. Most trees were found in 9th cross, 42 trees, and the least count was in 1st cross, 12 trees. Average population may be 4,784. Dr. TVR says was that a person needs oxygen for 7 trees for his lifetime. In our study area, there are 372 trees, meaning only 53 people can breathe for their lifetime out of average 4,784 people. There is space for another 700 trees to plant. Even though 4,631 should struggle for lifetime oxygen. Sir, next slide. In this study, we finally conclude that the temperature was less in the site area with trees as compared to that area with not them. In Weaver's colony, there are 372 trees for average 4,784 people in 1,196 houses. Space available for another 700 trees to plant in study area. Hence, we conclude that trees should be planted in and around Weaver's colony to save the mankind and the animal world. We all should educate the people regarding plantation and encouraging them to plant and care new trees. So next, we thank to our HM guide teacher for giving us opportunity to conduct this study. We thank Energy and Wetland Group, Center for Ecological Sciences, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, and LAKE 2020 for giving us opportunity. Son. Reference Arish But Iti all 2015, a brochure of Eyes on Nature published by KCST for scientific name Wikipedia. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Bhumika and Ranjita. Now, let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Thank you, Bhumika and Ranjita, for the presentation. Out of all those trees, that is 372 plus trees, what you have documented, which tree attracted or which species attracts more number of birds, butterflies, or animals? Can we go to that slide where the list of trees are shown? Yeah, this is the list of trees, right? So among these trees, which tree, according to you, attracts good number of birds, butterflies, and other animals?
Sir, I think papaya tree.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Any other questions, judges?
So which tree had the highest height and girth from your study?
Sir, coconut tree, sir. Coconut tree, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you, Bhumika and Ranjita. Uh, you found 372 different trees, right?
Yes, sir.
How many species did they belong to?
Sir, we not. Yes.
See, you have put 372 total number of trees that you have got. So how
Yes.
many species of trees did you find?
Sir,
Okay, no,
18. Sir.
sorry.
18.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, judges? All right, since there are no questions, we'll move to the next presentation. Thank you, Bhumika and Ranjita.
Thank you, sir.
Madhvi, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Madhvi. I am studying in 8th standard. I am from Bangalore Blaze Girls High School. My topic is the defensive dens. Next slide. These are the objectives of our study. Experimenting on the conversion of a small land area into a dense green space, growing maximum number of plants in the limited area, identifying different types of plants, provide a natural habitat for butterflies and birds, develop a dense vegetation even in places with sparse sunlight, utilization of every vacant land, however small it could be, provide effective wastewater management, and improve the quality of human life by soaking up pollution and dust from the air. Next slide. We had started our study about 2 years ago during the Environment Day celebration. Some plants were grown out of seeds and some plants were planted here as saplings. Whenever some of them did not grow properly, we kept on replacing them with some other saplings. We have selected a small longitudinal patch of unutilized space in the cellar of our school building. The area is about 150 square feet. Now, in this study area, we have a lush green area with some flowering and fruiting plants. Next slide. Here you can see the comparison of the area 2 years ago and now. You can see that in the second picture, how the unutilized area has been converted into a lush green area. Next slide. So this is the view of our cellar and the narrow stretch of land. What we can see on to the right is our study area. Next slide. I have listed here the plants, scientific name, number, significance, etc. We have 3 guava plants, 1 fig tree, 8 butterfly palm trees, 2 dumpkin plants, 2 jasmine plants, and we have also seen red biscuit bulbul bird and warblers during the fruiting season of guava and fig trees. Next slide. One there was one tree which I was planting but I think it is Indian beach. We have 3 anthurium plants, 1 magnolia plant, 1 Christmas tree, and 1 tamarind tree. Most of these, except the first one, are in a slightly bigger stage than a sapling. Next slide. We also have two date palm saplings, one custard apple sapling, and a mango sapling in this area in various stages of growth. These three are planted recently. Now, in total, we have 4 fruiting trees, 16 trees in various stages of growth, 4 herbs, and 4 climbers. That is, in total, 28 plants in 150 square feet. Next slide. So in this slide, you can see I have added the pictures of the plants grown in our study area. You can see a fig tree and its fruit, which was taken in its fruiting season, and you can see guava tree and its fruit, which was also taken in its fruiting season. You can see the tamarind plant sapling. You can see butterfly palm tree, and you can see custard apple sapling. Next slide. In this slide, you can dumb cane, date palm saplings, magnolia, 2 pictures of arrowhead plant, and this tree I was not able to identify. I think it is Indian beech. Next slide. Next slide. One of our objectives of the project was to ensure effective wastewater management. And this is a school, and plenty of water goes waste in wash basin during break time. So we had connected the first floor wash basin to this area through pipes. Holes are put in these pipes so that water supply is ensured to these plants. Next slide. Conclusion. So we have come to the conclusion that if there is a will, we can provide any small piece of land, a dense vegetation which not only suits our lungs but also our minds. By choosing host plants, a natural environment could be provided to butterflies and birds. By converting every single unutilized area in a locality to dense vegetated ones, we can increase the lung space of the city. Next slide. These are the references I went through to get the information to this project, and this is the end of my presentation, and I thank IISC for giving me an opportunity to present my project. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhvi, for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madhavi, for the presentation. You mentioned that CDM Gujava, that is guava tree, is not native. So, do you have any idea to it is native of which country?
Sir, can you repeat?
The guava tree, CDM Gujava, which you
Yes, sir.
mentioned.
They are natives of tropical America.
Native of tropical America.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And out of these trees, which plant or a tree is a host plant to butterflies? You have any idea?
So, magnolia.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, judges?
Can you list all the benefits of trees in an ecosystem?
Of our study area?
Trees in general, what are its benefits?
It can help avoid air pollution as it takes carbon dioxide and it releases oxygen, and it can be home for birds and butterflies and other animals, and it can also provide shade. And it holds the soil tight, and it can prevent soil erosion.
Okay. So what does your title conveys? The defensive dense.
So the defensive dense means that dense means many trees together, and defensive means it is defending us from air pollution and other other illnesses which will be caused from deforestation.
Okay.
So what is your conclusion from this study?
Means if there is a small space anywhere, without neglecting that, if we grow plants there, it can be helpful to our environment and animals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Madhvi. Now we'll move to the next
Welcome,
presentation. Vinita and Prarthana.
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment. Yeah, you can start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Lake Conference 2020. I'm Prarthana and she is my friend Venita. We are studying in 8th standard. We are from Vidyanjali Primary and High School. So next slide. Our topic is flowers of Bilwadhalli Lake. Flowers is the reproductive specialized part of an angiosperms plants that occur singly or in clusters, possesses whorls of the often colorful petals or sepals, and bears the reproductive structures such as stamens or pistils, involved in the development of seeds and fruits. One of the primary purposes of a flower is reproduction. Since they are the reproductive organs of plants, they mediate the joining sperm contained within pollen to the ovals in the ovary. Pollination is the movement of the pollen from the anther to stigma. So next slide. Our objective in this study is observation and documentation of the bloomed flowers on the bund of Bilwadhalli Lake. So next slide. This map shows our study area. We observed 3 feet both the side of Lake Bund. Our study site is Bilwadhalli Lake. It is situated in Bangalore South, Anekal Thaluk, Jigni Hobli, Bannerghatta Panchayat and Bilwadhalli village. Our materials and methods. So next slide. Selected study area is around 0.4 kilometers. We visited study area during September and October 2020. We observed 3 feet both the side of Lake Bund due to the lake was very steep, and we observed timings between 6 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. We used materials such as field data book to collect the information about flowers and smartphone provided by our parents to capture the pictures of flowers. So next slide. From here, my friend Venita will continue.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Venita. This shows the checklist of flowers which are documented at the bund of Bilwadhalli Lake. Little bell. Its scientific name is Ipomia triloba and its Kannada name is Mugutti Balli. It blooms in spring season and blooms in summer season. 4 flowers with the plants in September were identified and 5 flowers with plants in October we identified. Santa Maria, Parthenium, Congress Gida blooms in monsoon season, 6 flowers in September and 5 flowers in October we identified. Vedilla, Cascuta europea its scientific name. Amaraballi blooms in autumn season and blooms in monsoon season. 5 flowers in September we identified and 6 flowers in October we identified. Morning glory. Ipomea, its scientific name. Kolli bija, its Kannada name. Blooms in summer season and blooms in monsoon season. 5 flowers in September we identified. 6 flowers in October we identified. Cornflower, Asclepias gigantea, Ekke gira, blooms from spring to monsoon season. 3 flowers in September, and we couldn't find any cornflower in October. So next slide. Sensitive flower, its scientific name is Mimosa pudica, Muttidare muni, blooms in midsummer season and blooms in autumn season. 8 flowers in September we found and 5 flowers in October we found. Lantana, Lantana camara, its scientific name, Kakke gira, blooms in winter season. 9 flowers in September we identified and 5 flowers in October we identified. Porter weed, Stechiphyta, Curry uttarani, blooms in summer season. 6 flowers in September and 7 flowers in October were identified. Pumpkin flower, Cucurbita, Boodu kumbalakai hoovu, blooms in summer season. 3 flowers in September identified and 4 flowers in October were identified. So next slide. Paper flower, its scientific name is Bougainvillea glabra. Gaganaballi, its Kannada name, blooms in autumn season, blooms in spring season, and also blooms in summer season. 4 flowers in September were identified, 6 flowers in October were identified. Black mustard flower, Brassica nigra, its scientific name, Kappu sasive hoovu, its Kannada name, blooms in spring season, blooms in summer season. 2 flowers in September, and we couldn't find any black mustard flower in October. Spiny amaranth, Amaranthus spinosus, Mullu harive, blooms in autumn season, blooms in spring season, and blooms in summer season. 2 flowers in September were identified, 2 flowers in October were identified. Black-eyed Susan vine, Thunbergia alata, we couldn't find its Kannada name, blooms in summer season. 3 flowers in September were identified, 5 flowers in October were identified. So next slide. Results and discussion. The total 15 species of bloom flowers were identified during the study period. In the month of September, we could find 15 species, and in the month of October, we could find 13 species, maybe due to the human activities, because debris, garbages were thrown around the lake band of Bilwardali. So next slide. Plants and flowers grow naturally around the lake band of Bilwardali. Flowers feed insects, birds, animals, and humans. We saw some insects feeding on flowers on the lake band of Bilwardali. Flowers provide natural medicines for humans and other living beings. It aids in plants' reproduction by enticing outside pollinators. More flowers were found in September month. In October, we could find only 13 species, maybe due to the human activities. As we said, debris and garbages were thrown around the lake band of Bilwardali. So next slide. These are the captured pictures of identified flowers on the lake band of Bilwardali. Spiny amaranth, cornflower, blue porter weed flower, brinjal flower, black mustard flower. So next slide. Black-eyed Susan vine flower, Santa Maria fever few, morning glory, little bell, pumpkin flower. So next slide. Lantana, red morning glory, paper flower, touch me not, sensitive flower. So next slide. Flowers take prominent role in food web as it is attracted by its color, structure, and fragrance. Flowers plays prominent role in ecological balance as it helps in reproduction, resulting the plants to take in carbon dioxide and release oxygen as plants. So next slide. We thank our HM guide teacher for giving us opportunity to do this study. We also thank EWRG, CES, Indian Institute of Science, IISc Bangalore and LAKE 2020 for giving us opportunity. So next slide. For reference, we used Arish Bhatt et al. A brochure of Eyes on Nature, www.flowersofindia.net, springer.com. For scientific name, we used Wikipedia. So next slide. Thank you.
Vinita and Prarthana, thank you for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions.
What is the reason for change in number of flowers during that 2 study period?
It's because seasons when it blooms, sir.
And human activities.
Because debris were also thrown, yes, sir. Some flowers were not there in 2 observations. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vanita and Prarthana. You mentioned that because of human activities, the flowering numbers came down. So, how do you relate this statement or a sentence?
Sir, please ask once again, sir.
You stated that in the month of October, flowering number of flowering plants or individuals were less compared to September, and you mentioned that because of human activities. So how do you relate this?
Sir, because debris were thrown, sir, around the lake burn of Bilwadali, and some flowers were also in seasons. It will not bloom. Yes. We also mentioned seasons, sir. In this season, it blooms, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And some animals were
eating.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, looks like there are no more questions. So we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Vinita and Prarthana.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Shreyas, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start.
Yes. Namaste. Welcome to Lake Conference 2020. My name is Shreyas Kamath from Standard 8 from Kaveri Vidya Kshetram High School. Right, sir. It is about hidden medicinal value in our daily diet. Next slide, sir. Introduction. I am sure you all will agree with me if I say that when food is proper, there is no need of medicine, and food should be our medicine. Practicing the food pattern which increases our immunity will definitely save us all the time from any types of diseases. Just like the richness of the culture of India, the food of our country is equally awesome. In addition to its wide variety of rich flavors, a traditional Indian diet is scientifically designed to provide a wide variety of nutrients in a balanced quantity. Yes, sir. Next slide. Objective. The objective of my project is to review the nutritional and health benefits of some of the food items that are an integral part of an Indian diet. Yes, sir. Next slide. My study area includes Doctor's Layout and surrounding areas in Nagnathpura, Bangalore South. Yes, sir. Next slide. Some of the materials used in this documentary include book, mobile, and stationery. In order to conduct a survey on the Indian diet and its medicinal value, I sent a questionnaire through Google Form to my contacts. The analysis was done using data from the Google form responses that I received from the people. Yes, sir. Next slide. Here is a checklist displayed on the screen that specifies about the responses received by the people in and around Doctor's Layout and its surrounding areas. Yes, sir. Like, till last, sir. Sir. Yes. For the questionnaire that I had sent through Google Form to all my contacts, I received 90 responses. Yes, sir. Next slide. An analysis of the responses shows that 36.7% consume 1 liter to 2 liters of water per day, while 13.3% of them consume less than 1 liter. When it comes to the milk, 42.2% of them had milk once a day, and 6.7% of them had thrice a day. Yes, sir. Next slide. Coming to fruits, 35.6% consume fruits daily, while 17.8% of them had it occasionally. Regarding vegetables, 51.1% of them had vegetables twice a day as a part of their daily diet, while 18.9% had it thrice a day. Yes, sir. Next slide. Out of the 90 responses I received, majority of them had mentioned about chapati, ragi food items, sprouts, curry leaves, turmeric as an integral part of their daily diet. Yes, sir. Next slide. Discussion and images. So I would like to discuss a few of the health benefits of above mentioned items which majority of them have in their daily diet. Yes, sir. Next slide. Ragi, which scientific name is Eleusine coricana. Eleusinian is the major protein content that is found in ragi, and it is considered as a healthy source of protein for vegetarians. Ragi contains a type of amino acid called tryptophan that reduces our appetite and helps us to lose weight. Amino acids like methionine and lysine are present in ragi that protects our skin from rashes and wrinkles. 100 grams of ragi consist of 344 milligrams of calcium. So instead of popping calcium pills, we can very well drink ragi porridge. Polyphenols and dietary fibers are present in ragi, which lowers the level of blood sugar and stabilizes our sugar level. Yes, sir. Next slide. Curcuma longa, which is nothing but turmeric. Turmeric contains a compounds called curcuminoids, the most important of which is curcumin. Curcumin has powerful anti-inflammatory effects and is very strong antioxidant. Curcumin boosts brain-derived neurotrophic factor linked to improve brain function. Curcumin improves the function of the endothelium, which is the lining of our blood vessels. Studies have proved that the curcumin present in turmeric reduces angiogenesis and metastasis. Yes, sir. Next slide. Triticum aestivum, which is nothing but wheat. Whole wheat products reduces obesity and leads to inconsiderable weight loss. Magnesium found in wheat is a cofactor for over 300 enzymes that directly affect the way the body uses insulin and secretes glucose. Wheat contains a betaine which reduces inflammation. Wheat has insoluble fiber which requires lesser secretion of bile acids, thereby preventing gallstones. Wheat is rich in magnesium and vitamin E, which reduces the chances of developing childhood asthma by at least 50%. Yes, sir. Next slide. Sprouts. Sprouts contain higher amount of insoluble fiber, which can ease digestion. Sprouts improve heart health by lowering bad LDL cholesterol while increasing good HDL cholesterol. Sprouting tends to increase nutrients level. Moreover, as they contain lower level of anti-nutrients, our body absorbs all the nutrients they contain. Yes, sir. Next slide. Curry leaf. Its scientific name is Murray koenigi. Curry leaves are full of carboxyl alkaloids and compound dinolol, which has bacteria-killing properties. Curry leaves contains mineral like copper, iron, and zinc, which reduces blood glucose level effectively. Carboxyl alkaloids present in curry leaves regulates cholesterol level and works against weight gain. Yes, sir. Next slide. Vegetables. Vegetables are important source of many nutrients including potassium, dietary fiber, folic acid, vitamin A and vitamin C. Most vegetables are naturally low in fat and calories which help in weight loss. Dietary fibers from vegetables help to reduce constipation and in diverticulosis. Yes, sir. Next slide. Conclusion. Through this survey, we can conclude that the Indian food has rich medicinal value, which can cure diseases from common cold to cancer. When consumed intentionally or without knowledge about the medicinal value of the Indian food, these foods have certain functional components such as body healing chemicals, antioxidants, dietary fibers, and probiotics. Thus, a proper Indian diet has all the nutrients required for a healthy human body, which prevents the deficiency disorder as well as helps to improve immunity. Yes, sir. Next slide. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the reward members of Lake Conference 2020 for giving me an opportunity to be a part of it. And my heartfelt thanks to my school management and my teachers for extending their valuable support. And I am very thankful to my Ayurvedic doctor and all my friends and well-wishers who responded to my questionnaire, which helped me in completing my project. Yes, sir. Next slide. These are the references which I referred to complete my project. Yes, sir. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreyas, for the presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Shreyas, for the presentation. What does your topic says?
That hidden medicinal value in our daily food items, sir.
So all the medicinal properties of these leaves, plants, vegetables are known. So how does it, or what makes you think all these are hidden medicinal values?
Sir, in our daily day life, we eat different types of food, sir. But we ignore its medicinal value. So I would like to say that our Indian food has rich immunity power and
Okay, thank you.
yes, sir.
Okay, looks like there are no other questions, so we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Shreyas. Thank you, judges.
Welcome, sir.
Trishala and Lakshmi. Trishala and Lakshmi, are you there? Okay, Atulit, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Hold on.
Good afternoon to one and all present here.
Hold on.
All right.
Okay, you can start now.
All right. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Atulit Subramanian from New Horizon Public School. Today, I'm going to be presenting my project, which is the butterfly diversity and abundance at HAL second stage. Next. So what? Butterflies are insects in the macrolepidopteran clade Rhopalocera from the order Lepidoptera, which also includes moths. Adult butterflies have large, often brightly colored wings and conspicuous fluttering flight. Butterflies serve as plant pollinators and ecological indicators and have a critical role in ecological and economical benefits for human beings. They are also very important food chain components for birds and other predators. There are estimated to be 1,215 species of butterflies documented in India and 116 in Bangalore. They can easily be studied and spotted through observation, and caterpillars can be reared at home and their transformation to butterflies can be observed easily. Next. So the main objectives of my experiment are to document the butterfly diversity at HAL second stage, to understand the species abundance, and to observe and document the interesting behaviors of the butterflies. Next. So the material of the experiment. A mobile phone, which is a OnePlus 70, was used as a photography device to capture photos of butterflies. An Excel sheet was used to note down details. The survey was undertaken from September 2020 to October 2020 at random intervals and random times. The butterflies were sampled through direct visual observation, and they were classified as very common, rare, and very rare based on the number of sightings. Next. Right, so there are two satellite images of my study area, one with the boundaries marked and one without. The 4-point coordinate is given as well as the central coordinate. Basically, my study area was the area between 80 feet road and 100 feet road and 12th Main to 14th Main. Next slide, please. Right, so given below are pictures which will help you familiarize with the vegetation in my area. These are photos of some of the trees here and there in my study area. Next. Right. So a total of 12 butterfly species were documented, and their name, scientific name, family, the number of times they were spotted, and next to it, the commonness rating and the weather condition in which they were spotted is given. The key for the weather condition and the classification names of the families are given on the right. Next. Now, I will be going through the interesting and specific behavior each butterfly showed. The tail jay. Now, this butterfly was spotted only near big trees at a considerable height. Common mormon. The butterfly shown in the picture is female. Now, how do we know that? We know it because it is mimicking a crimson rose, which is an inedible butterfly, to avoid predators. Next slide, please. The cyc. This butterfly was spotted flying at moderate heights near flowering plants at high speeds. The lemon emigrant. This butterfly was spotted at low to moderate heights, generally near grass and flowers. Lemon pansy. This butterfly was always spotted at low heights, always basking in the sun. It looks different in the dry and wet season, and the photo shown above, it's how it looks in the wet season. Next. Now the grass demon. Now this butterfly collects nutrients from bird excreta as shown the picture on the left. It was always spotted flying at low heights, flying at high speeds because bird droppings will always be low on the ground. The caterpillar shown is on its host plant, which is the turmeric plant as shown the photo on the right. Next slide, please. Red Pierrot. Now, this butterfly was spotted only at a restricted place in which its host plant, the bryophyllum, was there, as shown in the picture. It was observed that the butterfly emerges strictly within the time period of 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. The caterpillars, for some reason, appear to be changing color to pink upon consuming the stem. As shown in the right, the picture above is of a caterpillar which consumed the stem, and below of a normal caterpillar which just ate the leaves. Next. The tail palm fly. Now, this butterfly was spotted only once, and it was spotted basking on its host plant, which is the areca palm. The blue mormon. This was the rarest butterfly spotted. It was spotted only once in the sun in a hot climate. It was also the largest found, and it was much larger than its counterparts. Next slide, please. For these species, I couldn't capture clear photos of these, so I have taken photos from the internet and given due picture credits. Now, the common grass yellow and the small grass yellow. These butterflies showed many similarities in their behavior. They were observed in all weather conditions and at different heights. The plain tiger. This butterfly was spotted very rarely and at moderate heights on sunny days only. Next slide, please. Discussion. The Pieridae family has the most, and the Lysanidae and the Hesperidae family have the least representation. The tail palmfly and the red pierrot were spotted only on their respective host plants, which are the areca palm and the bryophyllum. The presence of maximum tall trees and minimal non-flowering plants could have impacted the number of times certain species were spotted. The extensive presence of flowering plants could have impacted the high number of times the yellows and white species were found, because these species were almost always found near flowers. Some butterflies were noticed coming out in the moist climate, while some species came out on the hot days and some on both, as given on the results table. Next slide, please. Now, what we can infer from the discussion is that the presence or absence of host plants directly influences the presence of butterflies in the area. As we can see, butterflies are very picky about their host plants, as shown with the tail palmfly and the red pierrot. So for a good butterfly population, you do need a certain number of host plants. The vegetation and height of trees influences the presence of butterflies as they have very specific canopy levels. As shown with each butterfly, I was given the I mentioned the level at which it was spotted. And next, butterflies are important part of the food chain and ecosystem. We know this, and efforts must be taken to conserve them and their host plants. Now, what I'm trying to say here is that if we want to conserve butterflies, we need to conserve their host plants as well. The climate greatly affects the presence of butterflies. Now we know this because they came out only in specific weather condition, and each butterfly has came out in a different weather condition. Presence of flowering plants are necessary for a good butterfly population because many species because butterflies feed on flowering plants, and they were spotted many times near flowering plants only. Next. Acknowledgement. Thanks to my parents for taking me out to do primary research even in times like these. Thanks to Mrs. Surbi Balaji, a friend of my mother, who helped me identify some of the butterflies. Special thanks to IISc for giving me such an opportunity, the professors for that wonderful briefing, and last but not the least, thanks to my teachers and Riju sir, who guided and supported me all the way. Now given below are the references which I referred to for some of the information. Next. Thank you. I'm now open to any questions which the jury has for me.
Okay, so judges, he's already ready, waiting for your questions.
Thank you, Atulit, for the presentation. May I go to the slides picture, please, of the different butterflies? Previous one. Previous. Previous. No, the earlier one. Yeah. In this, which butterfly is psych for you?
So the white one with the black dot there next to the pink flower.
Okay. Psych belongs to yellows and whites, but this butterfly is not a psych. It belongs to blues, because you can see properties. So you should be very careful while identifying the butterflies, family wise and species wise. And next thing, you mentioned 1,215 butterflies are recorded from India. So what is the source for that exact number?
Sir, that was given on Wikipedia, sir.
Okay,
And even for the Bangalore thing, I saw it from Wikipedia only.
fine. Yeah. Thank you, Atulit. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Atulit, what do you understand by ecological indicator and how butterflies serve as ecological indicators?
Ma'am, no, I didn't directly research on that, but what I understand from ecological indicators is, ma'am, like they sort of indicate when it is going to rain or when any natural disaster is coming. They basically serve as climate indicators somewhat. I'm not very much aware on that topic as that, I mean, I didn't research on that very much.
Okay, Atulit.
So according to your statement, instead of listening to the weather forecasters, we can just look at the butterflies and understand what's going to happen.
Sir, yes, you can say that. I mean, it may not always be accurate, but yes, of course, I mean, that can be tried. And they can be used as one of the data to predict the weather. Not just that.
Okay, any other question, judges? Okay, no other questions. So thank you, Atilit, and thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation. Mukund Vijay, are you there?
Yes, sir.
One moment. Yeah, you may start now.
Make your hearts like a lake with a calm, still surface and great depths of kindness. This is the quote my parent tell me often. But let me ask you, is there kindness in this community? Nor water in lake nowadays? With this question, I would like to start my presentation. I, Arvind Mukund Vijay of class 8, present. Next slide. Bay clip. Next slide. Biodiversity, aquatic ecology, cartography, limnology, and pedology. Next slide, please. My project is mainly focused on Sulikere Lake. Next slide, please. Here you can see my goals and objectives I have considered in this project. Field visit to explore and water sampling to lab test and present condition to create awareness and conclusion to prevention. Next slide. This is the study area, Sulikere Lake. The water sample I collected was beside the Visheshwaraya Swami temple. These are some data based where I collected my water samples. Next slide. The main water resource for the Bangalore is from the Vrishabhavati Valley, Kormangla Challagatta Valley, and Hebbal Valley. The Sulikere Lake comes under the Vrishabhavati Valley. Next slide. This Sulikere Lake was developed by the help of BDA, none other than Bangalore Development Authority. Next slide, please. Here in this picture, you can see the present condition of the lake. The water is contaminated due to the inlet of sewage water. Water weeds have grown on the surface and the aquatic ecosystem is disturbed. Other. So this has more scope to conserve this lake. Next slide, please. This is an image of the study area. Next slide, please. These are some process after collecting water samples. Next slide, please. These are some images of lab. Next slide, please. Parameters of lake water and inlet water and lake soil I collected was pH, color, temperature, texture, and water retention capacity. Next slide, please. Bioremediation of environment. Cleaning of environment by biotechnologically using microbes and microorganisms is called bioremediation. Next slide, please. As you know, prevention is better than cure. In this, you can see the wetland management. The wastewater from the residency area is led to the aeration tank where the air is allowed inside the aeration tank to grow the microorganism and bacterium to speed the process on feeding the organic items. And the water is led to the classifier settlers where the heavy materials are settled down and the water flows to the reed beds. And the water from the reed beds is flowed to the algal pond where the algae grows. As you know, algae is rich for nitrogen and phosphorus, which can be used to make fertilizers. The water from the algal pond is led to the lake. The water flows to the water treatment plant where it can be treated and supplied as drinking water to the residency area. And this continues. Next slide, please. As you can see in this image, there are many temples and residency area. The wastewater and the sewage water is led to the lake directly, and this lake is getting polluted day by day. Next slide, please. There are two ways to conserve this lake. One by constructing water treatment plant and sewage treatment plant and etc. Next slide, please. Another, by bringing awareness to the people. Next slide, please. These are some lakes near Sulikere Lake. Some are Hoskere Lake, Ullar Lake, and Malatali Lake. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are the references. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to say Bangalore Unite for Lakes. These were built by our ancestor, which has saved us till now. If we don't preserve this for our future generation, they might face serious scarcity of water. And without water, there is no life. Still, it's not too late. Unite for Lake to save Bangalore. I would like to say thank you to all my beloved teachers and my brother, and to the organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukund. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Mukund, a very simple question. What are the sources of water pollution?
Sewage water and acid rain. That are led to the lake directly without purifying them.
So what do you suggest for the treatment of water, like you are telling something model like that? So what is your opinion and what you suggest?
Like most of the lakes in Bangalore are man-made by our ancestor. They are constructed in such a way that they are connected to each other. If one of them is affected, then all the lake around them get polluted over time and also get disturbed by the ecosystem around it. So integrated wetland management is the best way to stop the pollution by the lake.
So what do you mean by integrated wetland?
It is a term of planning, executing the monitoring, and requiring efficient knowledge on a range of subjects from ecology, economic, and wastewater treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mukund, Deepthi ma'am has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, she wants to ask if you have found any macrophytes which can do bioremediation in the lake.
Like I didn't do much research on them.
Did you find any macrophytes in the lake?
No, algae.
We lost your voice. Could you repeat that once again?
Algae.
Okay, thank you.
Mukund, as you said, most of the lakes in Bangalore are artificial or man-made. You know what is the reason or who is the person behind this creation of lakes in Bangalore?
They were created by the kingdoms of the Mysore.
Okay, thank you, Mukund.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Mukund. Now we'll move to the next presentation. Shreya Jaji, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment. Okay, you may start now.
So can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shreya. I study in 8th grade, Chandrakant Patil English Medium School, Gulbarga. My topic is water conservation through artificial lake. So next slide. I live in Gulbarga and we have a farmland where we cultivate primarily using rainwater. Gulbarga is dry most of the year but still receives 827 mm of rain on average. Artificial lakes can make farming possible even during dry season. Artificial lakes can be created using a natural process of lake formation just by building farm ponds. So next slide. Rainwater harvesting through artificial lake. Artificial lakes are like small tanks which are constructed to store water. They are generally constructed at the lowest point of the farm. It also plays a key role in controlling floods by constructing them in huge numbers in an area. These artificial lakes solve the needs of the farmers such as supply of water for irrigation and storage of water when needed. So next. This is the aerial photograph of my land in Gulbarga, and as you can see it is quite dry. To create an artificial lake, first know the boundary and the acres of your land. So next slide. Measure the altitude, latitude and longitude of the place at every 5 meters so that you get to know if there are no undulations. If there is a higher point in between, the water will not flow. After knowing all the measures, select a place where you can create an artificial lake. According to the measures of the land, decide the size and depth of the lake. The next one. Based on my survey, the marked area is best for setting up an artificial lake. So next slide. Here are some pictures of water draining, and if we had a lake, we could have saved the stored water. And the beside picture shows lining for artificial lake. The first one shows red cement lining and the second one shows plastic sheet lining. So next slide. In my land, we created an artificial lake of 4 acres with 3.7 meters depth in identified location. To calculate volume of stored water in the artificial lake, average rainfall here is 827 mm, which is 32.6 inch per year. 404 square meter, which is 1 acre, multiplied by 3.75 meters depth and multiplied by 4. Therefore, the water collected is 48,564 cubic meters. Provision 25% for evaporation. Effective water available for cultivation is 36,423 cubic meters. The cost of building this lake will be approximately 1.5 lakh rupees per acre. The government provides subsidy of up to 50% of this cost. So next slide.
Survey of irrigation methods. Irrigation is done to supply water for land and crops for their good growth. From our artificial lake, we can irrigate our land using one of these methods. Drip irrigation. In this type of irrigation that saves water by allowing it to drip slowly and reach the roots of the plants. Sprinkler irrigation. In this type of irrigation, water is applied in a controlled manner similar to rainfall. Surface irrigation. In surface irrigation, water is distributed to the soil surface by gravity. Subsurface irrigation. In subsurface irrigation, water is applied beneath the soil surface or by building trenches. So next slide. Here are some pictures of the types of irrigations. The first one shows drip irrigation, the second one shows sprinkler irrigation, third surface irrigation, and the fourth one shows subsurface irrigation. So next slide. This slide shows what can we grow using 36,423 cubic meters of stored water. I have given examples of various crops like rice, groundnut, finger millet, sugarcane, maize, cotton, and sorghum. Their water requirement, number of acres of crop using stored water, and their yield. So next slide. Summary of findings. In this concept of artificial lake, we found out that these artificial lakes are very useful for storage of water and do not depend on electricity. It can save billions of liters of water as mentioned before. In places of low rainfall, this method would really be very helpful. Farmers can now generate more income from their dry land by cultivating additional crops. So next slide. Further opportunities. Excess water can also be shared with neighboring farms, building a healthy community. By adding pisciculture, also known as fish farming, farmers can generate additional income and also increase the nutrient value of the water. So next slide. Here are some few sites from where I have done my research. So next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreya, for that presentation. Now let's listen to the questions from the judges.
So what is takeover from your study?
So I have learned that in places which receive less rainfall, especially in North Karnataka, they can build these lakes and save a lot of water and money.
So which method you will suggest for the water conservation?
Drip irrigation, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Shreya, for the presentation. Have you calculated the cost for the construction of this artificial lake?
Yes.
You have a rough figure.
1.5 lakh rupees, sir, per acre.
1.5 lakhs per acre.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Shreya, for that presentation. Now let's move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Prerna, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Prerna Srinivas of Vagdevula School, studying in grade 8. My topic for today's presentation is conservation of Nalmangla Lake. A lake is a huge water body whose biodiversity plays a vital role in the environment. So next. Nelmangla Lake is one of the largest lakes of Bangalore Rural District, which is well known for its wide range of both aquatic and terrestrial biodiversity, peculiarly birds. It is spread across 144 acres of land, out of which some part has been encroached. Used for all purposes before, this lake was once a livelihood for all the people living nearby. I could have selected any lake near my place, but Nelmangla Lake has been polluted from past 10 years and people are waiting for this lake to get cleaned, though they're getting an alternate source of water. Even if the government has sanctioned funds for the maintenance of this lake, there has been no changes in the condition since then. So next. My study area is Nalmangla. This is a taluk headquarters and located at a junction of two highways, which is National Highway 75 and National Highway 4. Nalmangla Lake is located at a latitude of 13.5 degree north and at a longitude of 77.2 degree east. So next. There's a huge variety of biodiversity around this lake. A number of birds such as the white-throated kingfisher, scale-breasted munia, a number of jungle miners, purple-rumped sunbirds, green bee-eaters, cockles, and spotted owls are found chirping in these areas. So next. Many number of water plants such as the water hyacinth, southern cattail, and giant reed are found abundantly in this place and provide fresh breath to the air around this lake. So, there are also a number of microphytes and macrophytes in this lake, such as the Lemnagiba, Euglena, and the blue-green algae, due to which this lake is still alive today. So next. The main objective of this lake is to purify the Nelmangla lake and make it pollution-free so that it can again be a livelihood for many people living nearby. There are many farmers and residents who are waiting for this lake to get clean, but their wishes hasn't been fulfilled yet. Conservation of Nelmangla Lake also avoids the flooding of water during the monsoon to the houses. So next. The factors considered were the pH, TDS, that is total dissolved solids, temperature, litmus, microbes and organisms, mapping. The materials used were the pH paper, TDS meter, lab thermometer, litmus paper, microscope, and Google Earth. The pH range should be from 7, and the current status of the lake is 7. The total dissolved solids should be from 300 to 500, but the status of the lake is 730. The temperature should be 0, 25, or 100, but the current status of the lake is 22. The litmus paper should show neutral, and it's neutral. As the disposal of all the waste is always during the night, the pollution level may vary from day to night. So next. As I couldn't find any information about Nelmangla Lake in any search engines, I did a primary research project and have my own findings. The encroachment of both lake and Raj Kalve has led to heavy flooding of water into the houses. But it's not their fault, but our fault that we have built buildings in the lake's place. The hospital waste, hotel waste, and sewage lettings from houses has turned out to be a major cause of pollution of Nelmangla Lake. Another major issue is that there is no provision of underground drainage, and all the wastewater are directly let into the lake. The agricultural lands are slowly getting converted into revenue layouts. The results I found out were that the lake's quality is getting worse day by day. The encroachment is the main reason behind the flooding of water into the houses. As the lake is polluted, the people who use it are getting infected to various diseases. Foams are formed in the areas of inlets of waste. Frogs and reptiles enter the houses when there's a heavy rain. The waste from municipal toilets are not treated properly and led to the lake. First, the houses led their domestic waste to the lake, which was then followed by the hospitals. The disposal of medical waste has led to rapid eutrophication. So next. Water from many lakes such as the Basinalli Lake, Vishweshpura Lake, Ganesh Gudi Lake, Sondekappa Lake, Bamnalli Lake, Basanalli Lake, and Malapura Lake enter to this lake, whereas the water from this lake goes to Binmangla Lake, Dasanpura Lake, and Tipkondalli Dam. So next. Some achievable goals which we can do to purify this lake are proper and regular weeding can decrease the malnutrition caused to the plants. Water treatment plant and sewage treatment plants can be installed. Any company or factory can adopt this lake and look after its maintenance. Pisciculture can be adopted by the farmers. Underground facilities has to be done. We can create boundaries between agricultural lands and the lake to avoid the pollution. The diversion channels can be created. Counterbanding process can be followed. All sewages can be brought to one pipe and then sent to the water treatment plant or the sewage treatment plants. The demerits of this project is that it's difficult to weed the entire lake as it's a very huge lake. It's about 144 acres. People who clean it might get infected to various skin diseases. It's not possible for an individual person to purify this lake, but if a group of people come together, it's not impossible. So next. By this, I would like to conclude that if we save the lakes and make it pollution free, it can be a livelihood for many people living there. It can even be easily accessible for the farmers for agriculture at their affordable budgets. Farmers won't sell their lands to landlords who convert it into revenue layouts and construct buildings. The fertile lands nearby the lakes and can even rebreathe, and even the nature can rebreathe. We can avoid many natural calamities such as the floods, etc. If we even won't save the left out lakes, we can hardly see the footprints of those. But now even many acres has been acres has been acquired. We should save such big and beautiful lakes, which are beautifully carved structures in real form. We can even conserve the habitats of rarely seen birds, frogs, snakes, and many other lives if we save the lake. I would like to tell that a true conservationist is one who knows that nature is not given by his father but borrowed by his children. So next. I would like to thank all the people who completely supported me in this project. I would first like to thank my mom who stood behind me in every step of the project. I would also like to thank the locals who gave me the information of the lake. I would also like to mainly thank Shri K. Harish sir, who is our chairman, our principal Leela Padma ma'am, Raghavendra Bhatt sir, Hemalata ma'am, Puneet sir, Raghavendra Bhatt sir, Madhulika ma'am, Chaitanya ma'am, who gave us this opportunity and supported us. I would even like to thank Brijilal sir and Sinchi ma'am who replied to all our queries and cleared many doubts. The references are the doctors nearby and an article by Dr. Sanguni. I would also like to thank the ISC team for giving us such an opportunity. So next. Thank you. I would also like to thank Bharat sir, who, when I was joining, I had some issues, who helped me through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prerna, for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
What does your water quality results say about the water quality of the lake?
Sir, even I got surprised when I found out that everything was normal except the TDS. But it might vary from night, sir. Because of some plants such as the Lemna Jiba, the lake is still in a good condition, sir.
But so many sewage, you are telling sewage and all are there, so the water quality will be, I think it will be, the ranges or whatever you have given will be more, I guess.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
So Prerna, you told that hospital waste and poultry waste, etc., are let into this lake, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So, what are the effects of all these hospital waste and poultry waste, etc., into this lake? What is its effect on the human beings?
Mom, it's not on the human beings, mom, because now human beings, like the people are not using this lake water for any uses. But when the hospital wastes are let, the chemicals give additional nutrition to the weeds and other waste plants, mom, which leads in the rapid growth, which is known as eutrophication.
Okay, thank you, judges, and thank you, Prerna.
Thank you, sir.
Avani, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah, you can start.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
you can.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Avani Arikutram, and my topic is water conservation through soilless farming. Next slide, sir. First, I'm going to introduce my topic and why I chose this to be my topic. Agriculture is a major user of land and fresh water. Roughly 37% of the Earth's land is today employed for agricultural purposes. More than 70% of fresh water is used for agriculture. Pesticides can contaminate soil. It can be toxic to a host of other organisms. Effect of manure and fertilizer can also lead to an increase in carbon. The population of the world today is 7.8 billion and is expected to touch at least 10 billion by 2050. In order to have sufficient food for all, we need to find ways to farm with less land and less water. Sir, next slide. Through my research, I have learned that there are three main methods of soilless farming. They are aeroponics, aquaponics, and hydroponics. Hydroponics is a way of growing plants without using soil. I have chosen this method for further research since it is practical for urban homes. Next slide, sir. Hydroponics is a form of horticulture where one can grow plants without using soil and by using nutrient-rich water as the medium. Plants commonly grown hydroponically include tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, strawberries, and lettuces. The word hydroponics comes from two Greek words, hydro meaning water and ponics meaning labor. The hanging gardens of Babylon and the floating gardens of China are two of the examples of hydroponics. Next slide, sir. Given that we all live in urban areas, I have focused my project on growing plants using hydroponics at home. This is important because land, water, and time are three big challenges for farming in urban spaces like towns and cities. If we can find a way to address these issues, then urban dwellers can grow fresh food in an environmentally friendly way. This affordable system allows growing of plants without using soil and can be set up in small spaces like balconies, backyards, and terraces. Since it uses very little water, this is a practical solution even in water-starved urban localities. Next slide, sir. The main objectives of my fieldwork are to understand the hydroponic method in more detail, to grow a few green leafy vegetables using this method, to compare this with growing the same vegetables using this traditional soil-based method, and to evaluate the benefits such as water conservation, time consumption, land or space requirement, and the quality of crop. Next slide, sir. The materials required to set up a hydroponic system at home are PVC pipes of desired length, water storage tank at submersible pump, net baskets to plant saplings or seeds, coco peat for growth medium, and organic nutrient mixture to provide a balanced food for plants. Next slide, sir. I put together an experiment at home. It took me 6 weeks to grow spinach from seed. First, I sowed the seed in net cocopet pots. Next, I placed the net cocopet pod in the hydroponic system with a little bit of water. Then, I started observing the plants every day to see if it's growing properly. Slowly, the plants started growing for about 1 inch. Within a few weeks, the plants were ready for harvesting. They were fresh and were ready to eat. Next slide, sir. Different plants require different pH needs. I tested the water quality from time to time to ensure that the pH was at the ideal level. The other plants hydroponically I grew at my home were amaranthus, thyme, spinach, and bok choy. Next slide, sir. I compared cultivation of spinach using the soil-based method and the hydroponic method, and I learned that the hydroponic method uses significantly less water. Similar behavior was demonstrated by other plants as well. Next slide, sir. I also learned that spinach and other plants grows faster in the hydroponic system. Next slide, sir. In my experiment, I compared the growth of the plant using traditional method and the hydroponic method. I planted spinach in a pot as well as in a coco peat on the same day and monitored the growth of the plants. I noticed that the hydroponic method not only sprouts faster, but the leaves grow to become taller and broader as well. Next slide, sir. While we see that the hydroponic method is quite advantageous, there are a few disadvantages as well. They are only a limited set of crops can be grown using this method. Larger produce like fruits and vegetables may not be suitable using the hydroponic method. While home hydroponic systems can be set up for less than ₹1,000, it requires higher capital to set up and manage larger scale hydroponic systems. Next slide, sir. Through my research and experiment, I learned that hydroponics uses less than 5% of the water consumption, 99% less land, and 30 to 50% less time. This method does not use any pesticides and makes sure that the life of the plant can be as pure and as natural as possible. Hence, this is helpful to plants, people, and the planet. Next slide, sir. My experiment can be extended further to create opportunities for rural farmers as well. This method can also be used by rural farmers to generate income from farming on barren lands or in areas with limited water resources. By combining methods like pisciculture with hydroponics, we can create self-sustaining ecosystems that help farmers be commercially successful. Next slide, sir. These are a few sites from where I did my research. Next slide, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Avni, for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you. One of the judges have asked a question. Any disadvantage of hydroponic system?
Yes, sir. There are 3 disadvantages. I had shown that in my slide. Only a limited set of crops can be grown, and while a home hydroponic system requires less than ₹1,000. So next slide. It requires higher capital to set up and manage larger scale hydroponic system, and larger produce like fruits and vegetables may not be suitable using the hydroponic method.
So which for which crop this hydroponics will be most suitable?
So for crops such as spinach, strawberries, and lettuces, tomatoes, etc.
So in India, it is this method is they are following up or less? It is in less.
Yes, sir. Nowadays, they are following more hydroponics, but yet it's not used everywhere, sir.
So what do you suggest? What is your opinion?
Sir, I suggest we should use hydroponic systems so that we also conserve water as well as land. So it's better than traditional soil-based method also, sir.
So you told about integrating pisciculture along with the hydroponic system. So which fish species you will suggest to for pisciculture?
Not a particular species, ma'am, but yeah, like small fishes can be used, ma'am. Yeah.
So Avni, are you saying that this is applicable only for home gardens?
No, sir. If you want to, if you want to set it up at home, it requires less cost, but we can also do it in higher capital, and we can also do it on barren lands.
Okay, and what could be the higher capital with freshwater source?
So, sir, can you please repeat the question for me?
You said higher capital, right? So what could be the higher capital for with freshwater source?
I'm not really sure about that, sir. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, judges? Okay, Avni, looks like there are no more questions. So thank you for the presentation and thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Dhriti, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
One moment. Okay, you can start.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Ruti from 8th Standard Vidyaniketan Public School. My topic is biodiversity and hydrology in and around Dandeli. It is located in Western Ghats. Sir, next slide. Uh, Locating Dandeli. Dandeli is located in Uttar Kannada district of Karnataka along the banks of river Kali. It is 472 meter above sea level. Dandeli town covers up to an area of 8.5 kilometers square and Dandeli forest covers 866.41 kilometers square. Sir, next slide. Biodiversity of Dandeli. Biodiversity and forest of Dandeli can be found in Dandeli Wildlife Sanctuary. It is moist, deciduous and semi-evergreen forest. So next slide. It is said to be the second largest sanctuary in Karnataka. So next slide. Flora of Dandeli. Dandeli exhibits wide ranges of plants, plant life, medicinal herbs, shrubs, climbers, creepers, flowers, trees, etc. And some of the dominant species found here are mango, jamun, hilda, belda, bamboo, etc. as listed here. And many types of orchids can also be found. So next slide. Plant species like eucalyptus, acacia, etc., as listed here, are also found. Tea trees and bamboos are very common. So, next slide. Fauna of Dandeli. Dandeli Wildlife Sanctuary houses large number of birds, animals, reptiles, amphibians, insects, etc. As crocodile spotting and bird watching are major wildlife attractions of this forest. So, next slide. Animals. Dandeli Wildlife Sanctuary brings a variety of animals like bonnet macaque, barking mouse and spotted deer, Indian bison, etc. as listed here. So next slide. Animals and reptiles. Some of the rare species to be found here are black panthers, elephants, antelopes, and tigers. Crocodiles are also major species to be found. Reptiles cited here are king cobra, python, crate, rat snake, and viper. We can conclude that the reserve is an ideal home for animals and reptiles. So next slide. These are some images of the animals I have listed. The Malabar chain squirrel, the black panther, bonnet macaque, and the sloth bear. So next slide. Butterflies and other insects. Many butterflies and other insects can be found here. I've listed many of them. They are smooth-eyed bush brown, common evening brown, russet percher, etc. as listed here. So next slide. These are some other butterflies with their images. Sir, next slide. Uh, birds found in Dandeli. Dandeli houses more than 200 species of birds, and according to my observation, Indian pied hornbills are one of the major species of birds found here. So next slide. These are some other birds with their images. So next slide. Dandeli's popular bird. Dandeli's rich diversity of bird life makes it one of the popular bird watching sites in India. So next slide. Hydrology of Dandeli, that is River Kali. River Kali is the only water source in Dandeli. It runs 184 kilometers from a village called Diggi and joins the Arabian Sea near Karwar. It flows through Uttar Kannada district and is lifeline to more than 4 lakh people. Many dams and power stations are built across this river for generation of electricity. For example, Super Dam at Ganesh Gudi and the Navjari hydropower plant at Ambika Nagar. So next slide. Kali River water quality analysis analyzed on 7 July 2019. Here station 2 is Dandeli. So next slide. These are the parameters. The temperature on the day of the analysis was 23 degrees Celsius. pH was 6. Turbidity, that is clarity, was 11.32. Total dissolved solids 207 mg per liter, and other values as given here. So next slide. Coming to the conclusion of the water quality analysis, these are the water quality index, and the highest water quality index, that is 104.14, is Dandeli. So next slide. This is the determining the water quality index, and in the second table we can see that Dandeli has very poor quality water quality, which is very unfortunate. So next slide. Mapping Kali River, this is the Super Dam and it flows through many places like Dandeli. So next slide. Then it reaches Karwar and joins the Arabian Sea. So next slide. These are some images of Kali River. Next slide, sir. Anshi Tiger Reserve, it was recently renamed as Kali Tiger Reserve. So next slide. There are 3 vegetation types. There are 90 to 100% of evergreen trees, 50 to 90% of semi-evergreen trees, and less than 50% of moist deciduous trees. So next slide. So next slide. This is a picture of a bird I had captured at Dandeli. I conclude that it was an yellow-throated sparrow. My observations at Sykes Ponds and Nagchari hydropower plant. Sir, next slide. It is located at Ambika Nagar. My other observations in and around Dandeli. The paper mill at Dandeli, as we know, bamboos are very common and it is used in paper mill to manufacture paper. The Kali River color is black because of the rocks beneath it, and recently the main problem is because of the waste from the paper mill is let into the river. So next slide. This is the conservation of Anshi Tiger Reserve, habitat management, converting the habitat into suitable habitat, and forest protection measures are poaching of animals and illegal cutting of trees should be avoided, fire control and control of removal of timber, fuelwood and non-wood forest produce like fruits, and annual census of wild animals, removal of old trees, ecotourism development, that is developing tourism without interfering into the wildlife, and mitigation of local problems like pollution. So next slide. This is a bibliography of my research. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Dhriti. Let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Thank you, Dhriti, for the presentation. Have you visited Dandeli personally
Yes, sir, I
by
have.
yourself?
Sir, last year I had visited in April. So I have some. I've enlisted my observations also, sir.
Okay.
What is the major threat to that Dandeli?
Sir, mainly the water pollution. The as we saw in the water quality index, it is very poor. The water quality is very poor. That is because of main. I think mainly the waste from the paper mill is let into the Kali River, and of course the wildlife has threat. Now everything is stopped, but and according to my analysis, there were 13 tigers, and now it has increased to 40, and that's good, sir.
So what is your takeover or message from this study?
Sir, it is located in Western Ghats, so it has a very beautiful biodiversity, and everyone should contribute in conserving it. And yes, sir.
Those butterfly names which I have mentioned, uh, what is the source or how did you get those names
Sir,
previously?
through iNaturalist and other like Wikipedia, sir.
Okay. Previous slide. Yeah, you have mentioned few butterfly names here. Russet percher, smooth-eyed bush brown, and the images what you showed are different butterflies and the names are different. So just wanted to check.
Yes, sir. The next slide has different butterflies, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Dhriti, one of the judges have a question. Have
Yes,
you
sir.
checked in terms of the species numbers? Has there been any decrease since the paper mill was there, and then has there been an increase after it was stopped, or anything as such?
Sir, I have not researched about it, sir. I don't have any idea about it.
Because repeatedly you kept telling that the water quality is going down, and there is a lot of disturbances, and so that's a threat to the species. So to understand how it is impacting the biodiversity, you have not looked into that?
Sir, yes, sir. But as I mentioned, the number of tigers have increased mainly because of less pollution or something. So,
How does increase in tiger population relate to the water pollution?
sir, I guess the now maybe the water quality has become good because no one is visiting, and the tigers which drink the water may be good, sir. I don't have any specific idea about it.
Okay, dear. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Dhriti. We'll move on to the next presentation. Ankita?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Hold on one moment. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ankita Vakde from Class 8 of New Horizon Public School, and my topic is the impact of anthropogenic activities on the existence of tigers and humans. Next. In recent times, the advent of the problem of human overpopulation has led to countless issues. Changes within the biotic and abiotic surroundings of so many organisms have been observed. These human induced problems can cause an existential threat, not only to millions of plant and animal species, but also to the human race itself. And everything in nature is connected, including us humans, and there is a ripple effect to everything, including human activities. So essentially, by harming the environment, we are inevitably harming ourselves to an unimaginable and maybe even irreversible extent. Next. To analyze the ill effects of humans on tigers, how humans were and are draining resources that are vital to our own survival, and to provide certain measures that can be adopted to mitigate the same. Next. So I'll be talking about the human threats to the tigers in my first study area, Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, and how that affects my second study area, Bangalore and its resources. Next. Due to the outbreak of the pandemic, I chose to do secondary research. I've done all my research online through various trusted websites, and the only tools I used were a laptop and mobile phone to research. Next. According to a report released by the Ministry for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, the Nagarhole Tiger Reserve is the most densely populated reserve in Karnataka with 11.82 tigers per 100 square kilometer. And according to the data I combined, between 2012 and 2019, around 40 to 45 tigers here were killed due to human-tiger conflict and poaching. And in a relocation program conducted here by WCS India and its partners for forest dwellers, a distinct recovery of the cats was seen. Now, the principal reasons for the conflict here are the plantations, as we can see in that photo, snares, and angry and scared workers and forest dwellers. Next. According to an IISc study and what we can see around us in Bangalore, it is an unplanned city with rapid industrialization and concretization. More than 17,000 trees had been cut down in a range of 8 years for so-called development purposes. Most of our essential resources have been mishandled and are gravely depleting. Next. Proof of which is seen in this photo, the massive increase in land cover shown in red and decline in vegetation and water bodies shown in green and blue respectively since 1973. Sadly, if this continues, our Bangalore might just become unlivable. Next. Less than 100 years ago, tigers prowled all across India and the subcontinent, but growing human populations, particularly since the 1940s, have fragmented the tiger's former range. Now, the Nagarhole Park currently has around 125 tigers, which was 93 4 years ago. Yes, these numbers are gradually increasing, but with high densities of both human and tiger populations in the park, these tigers are still threatened. So in Jan of last year, the carcass of a tiger was found in the periphery of the Nagarhole National Park. It had sustained multiple injuries while trying to eat a porcupine. It was also the same tiger that was previously attacked by a plantain laborer, due to which the cat sustained severe injuries on its face that hampered its hunting abilities to a large extent. And this is the story of only one. There are many plantations prevailing near these reserves. Tigers enter them in search of prey, but sometimes get caught in the snares set up for other animals or come in conflict with the laborers. Now, this snare is a noose, and once an animal gets caught in it, the more it struggles, the tighter it gets. The post mortem of some dead tigers showed that their stomachs were empty, which confirms that these tigers die, unable to hunt in the wild. Next. Setting up of snares is and was illegal, but is unfortunately still practiced and even encouraged by some landowners. Due to the lockdown earlier in April, snaring has increased multifold. The government rule permitting the killing of wild boars is also one of the grounds for these snares being set up. The agricultural industry should work on developing scientific methods to deal with crop loss so that that trend hopefully reduces. Also, large scale habitat destruction forces tigers into scattered, tiny areas and thus increases decimation of prey population. This increases conflict and reflects the need for larger habitats. What we as individuals can do is donate either our time or money to organizations that perform active work, such as empowering communities and collaborating with governments on and off the fields. Even the smallest contributions can do good. Next. The tiger is a keystone and umbrella species and is at the top of the food chain in the wild. It is an apex predator and helps maintain a balance in the ecosystem. And nature is all about balance, which, when disrupted, can have disastrous effects, such as the pandemic we are in the midst of right now. We need to save the tiger not only to be able to see that majestic beast again, but also to live a little longer ourselves. How? Well, if we successfully protect just one tiger, We also protect around 25,000 acres of forest. And the ecological services of a forest, they are immeasurable. They are our main source of natural resources, home to a plethora of biodiversity ranging from huge trees to microorganisms. They provide us with essentials such as clean air and water and greatly contribute to climate change mitigation and so much more. They can support us, humans, both mentally and physically. And all we have to do is maintain and, if possible, expand them. If tigers go extinct, it will seriously impact the forest ecosystem, which will in turn have a lot of ripple effects. One of which is that our Bangalore will seasonally run out of water in some areas. Next. Let's talk more about how it affects Bangalore. With its depleting groundwater, Bangalore is currently dependent on Kaveri River water supply, which is up and running perennially thanks to tigers and forests. We already have a water problem at hand and cannot afford to lose that source as well. Forests also protect the quality of drinking water, such as the Kaveri River, which in turn saves both energy and money in filtration plants. Urban floods, a common sight in the monsoons, can also be controlled by planting more trees. Coming to air quality, between 2015 and 2020, the city saw an 80% rise in respiratory illnesses triggered by air pollution. With one of the most cigarette smokers and the most number of two-wheelers in our country, the horrible traffic, haphazard growth, and the lack of an efficient transport system, it's no surprise that the air we breathe isn't very clean and our carbon emissions are high. With the BBMP prioritizing construction over trees to revive Namma Bengaluru, we have to depend on the forests and our cells to reduce greenhouse emission and increase tree cover. We need to use water wisely, more so in Bangalore. Power our houses with cleaner, renewable sources of energy. Shrink our carbon footprint and, most importantly, practice afforestation. If not, the repercussions can get ugly. Next. India successfully doubled its tiger population 2 years before the target. But unless we expand our tiger reserves, human tiger conflict will increase. And be it a coffee plantation worker in Kodagu or a house owner in Bangalore, reducing forest cover and tiger populations will have an impact on our lives. But the opposite is also true. Our actions will influence the planet in the coming decades. For better or for worse, well, that depends on us and our choices. So we might as well make the right ones. If not for the numerous animals that are on the brink of extinction today, thanks to us, but for our own race at least. And maybe this race of ours wouldn't have been in this situation if we fulfilled our fundamental duties just as much as we enjoy our fundamental rights. Our survival is and always was our own responsibility. I hope we wake up before it's too late for Bangalore, for this earth, and for humanity. Next. I'd like to thank IISc for providing us with the opportunity to make this project. Special thanks to my teachers at NHPS, Vriju sir, and my family for supporting and guiding me. Next. I got most of my data from the websites and papers mentioned below. Next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Ankita. Now let's listen to the questions from the judges.
Thank you, Ankita, for the presentation. Do you have any guess with the present tiger population of India and the Karnataka state?
Sir, in around Karnataka, it's around 700, 800, but India, it is around 3,000.
Okay, thank you. Do you know which state stands first with tiger population within India?
Sir, I think it's UP, Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ankita, one of the judges have sent me a question. What are the conservation measures in Karnataka for tigers?
Sir, in Nagarhole Tiger Reserve specifically, almost every fortnight there are officials who go and comb out these snares. But yes, that they do that, and I really appreciate that. But I feel that is not enough. We need to develop a permanent solution for this, which will wipe out the system of snaring once and for all. And um, I'm not aware of anything else.
Okay. And in between, you mentioned that the number of tigers has increased in the last few years, right?
Yes, sir.
So any particular reason for that?
Sir, the conservationists have gotten stricter. Even the government is giving a little more focus towards tigers than they did before, because there's something called T into 2. I think it's a WWF initiative, T into 2. Its target was to double the population of Indian tiger population in a given set of years, and India achieved that 2 years before target. So they have been increasing habitat and doing all of that, but we need to do more.
So, can you give some examples of greenhouse gases and also what are the impacts of global warming on the species on Earth?
Ma'am, there is carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, methane, etc. And the impacts would be rising sea levels, increase in temperature. Then there are many animals that are going to higher latitudes because of the increasing temperature, and there are a lot of seasonal disturbances. Everything is changing because of that change in temperature.
Any other questions, judges? No questions? Okay, then we'll wind up. Thank you, Ankita, and thank you,
Thank
judges,
you.
for the present. Okay, we'll move to the next presentation now. Taiba, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. One moment. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Taiba from 8th Standard. I'm studying in Bangalore Blaze Girls High School. My project is about reduction of kitchen waste by growing plants. Next slide. These are the objectives of my study: encouraging the habit of growing kitchen garden, minimizing the amount of garbage given out, creating awareness about the plight of unfortunate people who live nearby dump yards, focusing light on the duties of a responsible citizen. Next slide. Why this project? We are being bombarded with negative news and we wanted to make a change. Next slide. How did we do this? We did this by taking a few potted plants, nearly 5 each, and started putting the kitchen waste as manure every day. Next slide. Me and my two friends were doing this project, and you can see how we used waste as manure, and you can see here some pictures. Next slide. These are some more pictures of pots. Next slide. We had conducted a study on an average wet waste production per house. The waste included all the vegetable peels, coconut shells, tamarind, other food waste including rice, drumstick, bones, curry leaves, etc. This was the calculation we got after taking average wet waste generation per week. That is approximately 2.5 kg to 3.5 kg. You can see a detailed tabulation here. Next slide. I have shown here another table to show how much waste we used per pot. That is nearly 50 gram per pot. So on average, there was a reduction of 250 gram per day per house. We have used only vegetable peels as manure. The food waste, the other food waste were not used. Next slide. Here you can see another table which shows an average reduction of garbage generation per day and per week. You can see there was a reduction of nearly 1.7 kg of garbage per week per house. Next slide. Conclusion. Average kitchen waste generation by the three houses in a day before using the waste as manure is 3.4 kgs. After using the waste as manure is 1.7 kgs. Average reduction in kitchen waste per day, 3 houses put together is 1.7 kg. Average reduction in kitchen waste per annum, three houses put together, that is 620 kgs. Next slide. What does the statistic shows? It shows that by keeping a few potted plants at home and using kitchen waste as manure, we can reduce the garbage generation per house drastically, and we can bring back the glory of Bangalore. Next slide. We have done a projection of estimated reduction in garbage generation based on our study. Before using the waste, the average per capita waste generation was nearly 0.15 kg. After using the waste, the per capita waste generation got reduced to reduced reduced to 0.08 kg. The newspaper report the newspaper report shows that the average per capita waste generation in Bangalore is 0.5 kg. So, if we multiply the population of Bangalore, which is 10.18 million, 10.18 million with the reduced per capita waste generation, which is 0.08 kg, we can see that the nearly 80% of waste generation can be reduced in Bangalore. Next slide. Benefits. Polythene bags, plastic tumblers, broken buckets, etc. can be used for potting there by reducing plastic waste. A small kitchen garden can be set up in every house. Garbage generated per house is drastically reduced. The number of dump yards could be reduced. A beautiful garden can be formed in house without investing on any fertilizer or pots. Bangalore can start to become garden city from garbage city. Transportation cost of garbage and unnecessary expenditure on waste disposal can be avoided. Next slide. Facts collected about waste management in Bangalore. The biodegradable waste is about 55 to 60% matter out of the 5,000 metric ton waste generated. The BBMP is now sending most of the mixed waste to a quarry in Ballahalli. Since September 2016, it has been sending about 300 truckloads of waste per day. Open dumping in the expanding zone of the city poses serious problems to the structures constructed on these old dumps in addition to the groundwater quality due to improper leachate management. About 20,000 Purnakarmikas are being utilized in the door-to-door collection, street sweepers, and transportation of MSW. Next slide. These are some of the problems faced by the people living near the dumping site. That is surface water contamination, groundwater contamination, bad smell or odor, accidental hazard caused by fire, slope instability, loss of vegetation, soil contamination, contamination of milk. Villagers have also contracted terminal illness like cancer and gastrointestinal troubles. Next slide. How to achieve the goal? It is high time we develop concern about the problem faced by our fellow humans because of our unscientific way of managing garbage. Fixing a limit for per house wet waste generation. This will avoid the habit of wasting food. If the polluter has to pay, the waste generation can be drastically reduced. Growing minimum 10 potted plants per house should be made compulsorily. Hotels and big restaurants must have terrace garden to manage wet waste. Through the medium of school, reach out to the public, encourage everyone to use kitchen waste as manure. Next slide. These are the references I have gone through. I am thankful to the entire team of Lake 2020 for giving me an opportunity to present project. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Taiba, for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
So, which plants you suggest for growing to put the kitchen waste?
Sir, I have used like coriander. aloe vera, rose plant like that and all, sir.
Okay, one of the judges have a question stating, how long does it take for it to decompose, the waste that you are putting in directly on the pot?
1 week, sir.
Even the potato peels and the carrots and
Yes, sir.
everything. In 1 week, it will be decomposed.
1 week or 10 days like that.
Have you tried to analyze that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any
Taiba,
other
what is
questions,
your
judges?
contribution
Sir?
for this study? What is your contribution? What is the percentage of waste you have reduced from your study or from your home or family? Or what is the percentage of converting garbage, kitchen waste to manure? Do you have any percentage?
80%, sir. I said that on slide 12.
Okay.
Any other questions, judges? No questions? Okay, thank you, judges, and thank you, Taiba. We'll move to the next presentation. Shreya, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Hold on one moment. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Good evening, everyone. I'm Shreya R from class 7. I'm a student of Viii National Public School, and today I'm here to present my study on earthworms. So, next slide. Next slide. Soil biodiversity is a variety of life that exists within the soil, including bacteria, fungi, earthworms, termites, etc. Soil contains a large variety of organisms which act as the primary driving agents of nutrient cycling, enhancing plant health, and much more. One example of a soil agent that I'm going to be talking about today are earthworms. Earthworms, often known as the farmer's friend, are indicators of best quality soil. For earthworms to be found, there are several conditions that need to be made available, like moderate pH value, surface residue for food, soil that is not excessively sandy, soil that is not waterlogged, etc. So, next slide. Earthworm species vary on about their effects on soil, where they inhabit themselves in soil, what they feed on, and what they feed on. They are distinguished into three types. Epigeic earthworms. They are litter dwellers, which mean that they feed on surface compost and litter. These worms are characteristically small and are not found in low organic matter soils. Endogeic earthworms. These shallow dwelling earthworms and are active in mineral topsoil layers and are associated with organic matter. Anisic earthworms. They are deep burrows which live in permanent, nearly vertical burrows that may extend several feet into the soil. So next next slide. The three categories of earthworms are distinguished on the basis of their feeding and burrowing behavior. The epigeic and endogeic earthworm are quite similar as they build horizontal burrows, and on the other hand, we have anisic earthworms. We have anisic earthworms that create vertical burrows and also vary in characteristics. So next slide. Next slide. The area that I had chosen for my research had laterite soil, one which is in cultivated land and the other uncultivated. First, in the cultivated land, I was comparatively able to find more earthworms, and this is probably because the land was left undisturbed. While in the cultivated land, the land was regularly tilled, which led to the destruction of burrows, further reducing the number of earthworms.
Second, in the uncultivated land, as there were no crops, there was less plant residues, which meant there was less availability of organic matter to feed on. While in the cultivated land, as there were crops and more organic matter, there was plenty much food for the earthworms to feed on. Third, in the uncultivated land, I was able to find more anesthetic earthworms, and this is probably because the land was much deeper than the cultivated land, making it an ideal spot for anesthetic species to inhabit themselves. In the cultivated land, I was able to find more endozoic earthworms, and this may be because of the surface return compost, which served as a readily available food for the endozoic species. Next, I had exposed the anesthetic earthworms to harsh sounds and sunlight, which are died quicker, and this is because the anesthetic species are less exposed to sunlight as they are deep burrowers, and also for which they are known as night crawlers. While in the cultivated land, the endozoic species had a slower impact, and this is because they are more exposed to the sunlight as they inhabit themselves in the mineral topsoil layers and are often in contact with such conditions. So, next slide. Respiration. Earthworms don't really have a particular respiratory organ. Gases are exchanged through the moist skin and capillaries. Movement is a necessary process for respiration, as only when they move, they are able to pump blood and exchange the gases. This is also the reason why you find earthworms moving all the time. So, next slide. Their contributions to soil. They form channels, improving the water infiltration and promote soil aggregation. They turn soil over and may reduce the incidence of disease by bringing deeper soil to the surface and burying organic matter. They improve soil stability, air porosity, and moisture holding capacity by burrowing and aggregating the soil. They improve the soil fertility by improving the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium amount in the soil. They also improve the root growth by creating channels lined for the nutrients for the plant's roots to follow. They bury and shed plant residues, which means the plant and crop residues are gradually buried by cast material deposited on the surface, and as earthworms pull surface residues into their burrows. So, next slide. How the use of fertilizers affect earthworms, both organic and inorganic. Most organic fertilizers benefit earthworms. The addition of animal manure, sewage waste, paper pulp, or potato processing waste all showed a positive effect on earthworm numbers. This might double or triple the number of earthworms in that specific area. Normally, the use of inorganic fertilizers also has a positive impact on earthworms. This is an indirect effect of the increased crop biomass production and consequent increases in the organic residues. The correct chemical and fertilizer rates are an important factor here, as the earthworms do not sustain well in acidic soils. So, next slide. Harmful chemicals. Ammonia-based fertilizers can adversely affect earthworms. The annual use of ammonia-based fertilizers, especially urea, which is one of the most commonly used fertilizers, can bring a huge decrease in the number of earthworms. As the use of fertilizers are increasing, the soil has turned out to be acidic, and the earthworms also do not sustain well in acidic soils. And the use of lime, also known as milk of magnesia, is a solution to this. By adding lime, the soil turns out to be neutral, and this can be otherwise beneficial by increasing the calcium rate in the soil and improving the rate of growth. So, next slide. Factors that affect the abundance of earthworms. Populations are the highest in medium textured soil. Most earthworms cannot sustain in a soil with a pH value below 5 and mostly prefer a neutral pH value. More moisture holding capacity and internal drainage. Earthworms need a moist but a well aerated soil. Land. Depth or restrictive land, especially when you're growing anesthetic earthworms. Anesthetic earthworms are usually grown for root growth, as they are deep burrows and help in creating channels and also which would further help in the root growth. Tillage. The increased levels of tillage can lead to the destruction of burrows, and therefore earthworms prefer undisturbed land. Climate affects the soil and the food sources, that is, the plant biomass for earthworms. Food. There is a loss of organic matter can lead to the reduced number of earthworms due to the unavailability. So, next slide. My observations. Earthworms benefit soil quality by shedding residues, stimulating microbial decomposition, improving soil fertility, and improving soil physical properties such as soil aggregation and infiltration. Direct application of ammonia-based fertilizers like urea, which is one of the most used fertilizers, can decrease the levels of earthworms if not put at a moderate amount. Generally, fertilizers increase earthworm numbers by increasing crop residues, which, especially when the pH value is maintained near neutral, because of the increase in plant biomass, resulting in more availability of food for the earthworm. The increasing levels of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium, which further help in the leaf, plant, and fruit production and the overall growth of the plant. Well, worms may not be the most attractive species in the wildlife to having a yard. They can be one of the most helpful. Treat them right, and they will return the favor by improving your soil for healthy plant growth. So, next slide. These are some of the references. So, next slide. First of all, I thank my school for giving me this opportunity to participate in the in the 2020 Lake Conference. I also thank Chitralekha Ma'am, Rajula Sir, and the others who have guided me throughout this journey. Lastly, I would like to conclude by thanking IISc Bangalore for organizing this platform for nature enthusiasts like me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shreya, for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Thank you, Shreya, for the presentation. Do you have any idea on earthworm scientific classification, to which
Yes,
order
sir.
or phylum they belong to?
Yes. So they come from the kingdom Animalia, phylum Annelida, and class Little I'm sorry if I pronounce that wrong.
Okay, and order?
Order is Ophistophora, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Judges, any other questions? No questions. Okay. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Shreya. We'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Amog and Rishabh.
Yes, sir, we're there.
Yes, sir, we are there.
One moment. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present here. My name is Rishabh. Me and my friend Amog have paired up for this contest and are presenting it to you. Our theme is prospects of renewable energy, which includes solar, biofuels, and bioenergy and energy conservation. Next slide. Next slide. This is the content slide. The first topic that we are going to be speaking about is solar energy. Next slide. Solar energy is radiant light and heat from the sun that is harnessed using a range of ever-evolving technologies such as solar heating, photovoltaics, solar thermal energy, and solar architecture. Next slide. These are some images related to solar energy. Next slide. Again, once more. Next slide. Solar energy is the most abundant renewable energy source in the world. In the past, solar energy was considered to be a potential resource, but now humans are making good use of it. In the following slide, we have some pros and cons of solar energy. Next slide. Next slide. First, the pros. It is a renewable energy source. Among all the benefits of solar panels, the most important thing is that solar energy is a truly renewable energy source. It produces zero waste. It reduces electricity bills. It has many applications. It is a one-time investment and does not need repairs. It gives the country more electricity, making people use more electricity, therefore helping in technology development.
Next slide. Here we have some cons of solar energy. Solar energy. Solar panels are very expensive. Solar energy is intermittent, meaning it works sometimes and doesn't sometimes. Its efficiency also fluctuates, meaning that it does not promise a determined amount of energy. Solar panels take up a lot of space. Deteriorating of solar cells causes them to lose their efficiency. Solar panels contain hazardous materials. Manufacturing of solar panels causes pollution. Solar panels create visual pollution, letting no one enjoy pleasant views. Next slide. Introduction to bioenergy. Some of you may be wondering what bioenergy is. Bioenergy, which is the short form for biomass energy, is renewable energy produced by living organisms, for example, plants and trees. Here, next slide. Here we can see that over the years, the need and use of all the fossil fuels mentioned above rose alarmingly. Next, no. The use of gas and oil started around the year 19th. The use of gas and oil started around the year 1900, and soon they started overtaking the usage of coal. And by the year 2000, the usage of oil was much higher than the usage of coal. And of the latest study in 2019, even gas has started to overtake coal. So we can see the spread of gas along the years. The most common type of fuel in the Indian kitchens. Next slide. Next slide. Uh, Next slide. Now we have pros and cons of bioenergy. Next slide, biofuels. Here are the pros. It's renewable. It gives us an edge over fossil fuels. It's mostly carbon neutral. It helps in waste reduction. It is abundant in availability. It helps in carbon storage, the capture of carbon dioxide from bioenergy sources. Next slide. On the other hand, biofuels also have a few cons. They are: it is not totally clean when burned. The biggest citation against biomass as clean energy is the pollution that is created from burning wood and other natural materials. It can quickly lead to deforestation, bringing us back to square one. It is inefficient as compared to fossil fuels. It requires a lot of space and a bit expensive. Next slide. Amo.
Yes, in this diagram we can see the forests are being turned into the biomass, which in turn, when used, are turned into residues and byproducts, which are then turned into carbon dioxide, and then these carbon dioxide, due to the help of plants, are stored in forests, and this cycle keeps on continuing. Yes, sir. The types of biofuels. Introduction. The two most common types of biofuels in use today are ethanol and biodiesel. So, next slide, sir. So, next slide. Ethanol. Formula C2H5OH. Molar mass is 46.07 grams per mole. Boiling point is 78.37 degrees Celsius, and density is 789 kilograms per meter cube. The molar mass of a chemical compound is defined as the mass of the sample of that compound divided by the amount of the substance in that sample. Density equals mass by volume. Biodiesel. Biodiesel, next slide, sir. Biodiesel. Biodiesel is a form of diesel fuel derived from plants and animals. Biodiesel was the first fuel named an advanced biofuel by the US. Next slide, sir. Cost effectiveness. The degree to which something is effective or productive concerning its cost is called its cost effectiveness. Next slide, sir. Ethanol. On average, ethanol costs about 38.99 per liter, and we can expect to see ethanol prices rising in the daily basis, on the daily basis. Next slide, sir. Biodiesel costs rupees 46 per liter, and we can expect biodiesel costs to rise 6% all over the world. Next slide, sir. To gain a rough idea of the typical costs of a simple unheated biogas plant, the following figures can be used. Total cost for a biogas plant, including all essential installations but not including land, is roughly between rupees 3,750 and 5,625 per meter cube capacity, and 35 to 40% of total costs are for the digester. Arisha, please continue.
Yeah. Next slide. Energy conservation. Energy conservation is the effort made to reduce the consumption of energy. This can be achieved by either using energy more efficiently, or by using less of an energy service, or by reducing the amount of service, for example, by driving less. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so here we have a few tips on how to conserve electricity, repair any electrical issues in the home, invest on energy efficient appliances, switch to LED bulbs, do laundry efficiently, turn off televisions, radios, and computer monitors when not in use. This not in use. And next slide. Here we have the bill comparisons of our houses before and after we started following these methods to conserve electricity. This is amounts, and in the next slide we have my comparison. Next slide. Next slide. Here we have the bibliography of all the sources that we have referred. Next slide. Next slide. And here is our personal information. Thank you all.
Thank you, Amog and Rishabh. Let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Thank you, Amo, for the presentation. According to you, which is suitable for Indian scenario, whether it is solar or biofuels?
Sir, according to me, solar is the best suited for Indian.
Yes, sir, because mainly in India we have a lot of sunlight, so that especially in South India, so that can be made use of.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, which source is best for biofuel, do you think?
Sir, what do you mean as a source, sir?
I think it's forests, because forests are abundant in India, but on the same hand, we should not take it for granted, as of course forests are limited everywhere.
Yes, sir.
No. I'm asking for biofuel. There are many sources. So from many sources we can prepare. We can produce biofuel.
Yes, sir. One of the
Sir,
ways that I saw was
I suggest is the household waste, sir. We can collect all the household waste. We can invest on a biogas digester plant, and then we can start making biogas, sir. So that will be the best thing
yes,
we
sir.
can
And
do, sir.
another thing that I saw was they made biogas out of cow dung. So since anyway it's going to waste, so we can put it to use in making biogas.
Okay.
Okay. So no further questions. Thank you, judges, and thank you, Amog and Rishabh. We'll move to the next presentation. Shauri, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, sir. India and renewable energy. So, can renewable energy solve India's energy deficiency? The next slide, sir. So, introduction. So, what is renewable energy? So, renewable energy is energy that is produced or collected from renewable resources. There are different types of renewable resources, such as solar energy, wind energy, etc. And next slide, sir. So, as per the Paris Agreement, India has a goal of achieving 175 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2022, in which 100 gigawatts of solar energy, 60 gigawatts of wind energy, 10 gigawatts of biomass energy, and 5 gigawatts of small hydropower. But recently, India has hyped its goals from 175 gigawatts to 225 gigawatts by 2022. Uh, in this, Karnataka has the largest solar power generation capacity in India, and Karnataka's total solar power generation capacity by the end of 2018 was 5,328 megawatts. In Karnataka, there is a solar park called Shakti Sthala, also known as the Pavada Solar Park, which is the largest solar park launched in the whole world, and which is located in Bengaluru. It is spread over 13,000 acres of land, which has been borrowed from 2,300 farmers on a 25 years contract. So this bridges the gap between the necessity and the supply of power. The next slide, sir. The next slide. So comparison of bills. Now I'm going to show you. No, sir. The before slide.
See, it
So
is
I'm going to show.
Tumkur district, not Bangalore district. Pavgada is in Tumkur. Rijo?
Yes, sir.
Pavgada is in Tumkur district, not in Bangalore.
Okay, sir. So I've written over there Tumkuru district, sir. The source where I saw they had written Bangalore in Tumkuru district, sir. So I just wrote that. Okay, sir. So comparison of bills. Now I'm going to show you two bills where at one place we have used solar energy and the other we haven't. So there's a solar panel in our village, and so what happens is the solar rays from the sun hit the solar panel, and the solar panel generates a direct current, which is then converted into alternating current. So next slide, sir. We have connected it to this battery. There are two batteries over here, which store the energy produced, and it is helpful as at the place where we have the solar panel, there are huge power cuts, and because storing the battery stores the energy, we can use energy when needed, and there is no loss of energy. And some batteries have their own inverter, which means that those batteries get charged automatically when there is an excess amount of energy produced. And next slide, sir. So over here, this is the bill where we have used solar panels or solar energy. So you can see it's 350 rupees, which is less, even though we consider that only 2 to 3 people live over there, which are my grandparents. So through that, I'm going to show you another bill. The next slide, sir. It's over here you can see it's 1,345 rupees, which we get for 2 months, so it's 672.5 rupees per month uh, on that situation. So over here you can see that we have saved nearly 300 to 50 rupees by just using solar panels. This is at the places where we have the same aged people of grandparents. If a house has more requirements, then they can install more solar panels, and it will be helpful for them. The next slide, sir. So net metering is a mechanism where people who use solar panels can sell excess energy and gain money. This is an on-grid system, so it's helpful as the solar panel system is connected to the grid, and excess energy is transported to the grid. The excess energy transported is calculated, and the bill is reduced. And as the owner uses the energy and the excess is transported over there, also the owner reduces the bill. The next slide, sir. So the benefits of solar energy are that it is good for the nation at times of shortage of power supply, and across India, as I've told you, at the place where we use the solar panel, there are huge power cuts, and this is helpful for those places. It's eco-friendly, and the bill gradually reduces as you use solar panels. Next slide, sir. So the energy production by solar panels. So the solar panel I have showed you is from 3.25 feet to 6.5 feet, which produces 300 to 50 watts of power. And we have installed three solar panels where we can at least produce 1 kilowatt of power. So each house can see their requirement and see put the number of panels needed. We have put three panels and 212-volt battery, 100 ampere hour, and 1 kilowatt UPS. Next slide, sir. So temperature of India. Now, India has a really good temperature for solar panels, as India's average temperature is from -2 degrees to 40 degrees, and sometimes it goes more than 40 degrees to 47 degrees, and to -4 degrees at winter. And most parts of India does not experience temperature less than 10 degrees, and because solar panels can properly work at a temperature of from 15 degrees to 45 degrees, it's really good for India. The next slide, sir. So most in India, more than 30,000 crores of 30 crores of people live without electricity and use kerosene to light their houses. Kerosene is bad for health, which disturbs the eyes and um, even gives harm to the lungs. So the Herbalife entrepreneur came up with an idea where it sells solar products such as solar lightings, home solar systems, and mini grids. 93% of the employees are women in the Herbalife entrepreneur to strengthen women's society in the rural areas. There is another one called Frontier Markets, which does the same, which sells uh, solar products in India. The next slide, sir. So the conclusion over here is that, as per to me, implementing this would be really difficult. But I guess this is the way we can attain sustainable development. And I guess yes, we can. Yes, solar energy can solve India's energy deficiency. The next slide. This is the bibliography. And so next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauri, for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Thank you, Shauri, for the presentation. As TVR sir corrected, it is the Shakti Sthala is in Pavagada of Tumkur district, not in Bangalore. And one more, during the presentation, you told as per Paris Agreement. Are you aware what is the Paris Agreement conveys, and when was it and why was it signed?
I don't have too much information about it, sir. I just told it, just give an introduction about India's India and renewable energy.
Fine. Thank you, Shauri.
Any other questions from the judges? No further questions. So thank you, Shauri, and thank you, judges. Trishala and Lakshmi, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Trishala and she is Lakshmi. We both are studying in 8th standard from Vidyanjali Primary and High School. Our topic is host and nectar plants of butterflies and moths. So, next slide. Butterflies are the most beautiful and colorful creature on the earth. The development of butterflies is linked to the evolution of flowering plants. Butterflies also indicate the climate and environment change. Butterflies are dependent on specific plants for food. Thus, the diversity of butterflies reflect the plant diversity in the area. So, the conservation of host plants will help host plants So the conservation of host plants will help in conservation of butterflies by avoiding dumping of debris and garbage on the bund. Butterflies are seen more near lake because this is the migratory period for some species such as blue tiger, striped tiger, etc. Butterflies were seen more near green spaces due to the lockdown, lack of human interference. So next slide. The main objectives of this study was to observe and record butterfly diversity at Bilwardali Lake. Study area. Bilwardali Lake. It is situated in Bangalore, South Anekal Taluk, Jigni Hubli, Banerghatta Panchayat, Bilwardali village. So next slide. This map shows the north direction of Bilwardali Lake. So next slide. The materials and methods which we used for this study was, we selected study area is around 0.4 kilometer. We visited the study area every month from July to October 2020 from 6 am to 9:30 am, randomly inspecting the bund area. And we identified the butterflies through visual methods and with the help of materials provided by resource person. Also taking picture through smartphone provided by our parents. The next slide. Results. Totally 19 species of butterflies we were found in the selected site. Out of these, two species were not identified. There are so many butterflies on the bund of Bilwardali Lake because there are many host plants, good environment and good climate. We identified butterflies by seeing its colors, wing pattern. When butterflies feed on nectar, their bodies collect pollen and carry it to other plants. This helps to produce new seeds. So next slide. Butterflies we found month-wise are, in the month of July we saw 19 species of butterflies, in August we saw 14 species, in September 12 species, and in October we found 10 species of butterflies. Next, Lakshmi will continue. Good evening, I am Lakshmi. So next slide. Checklist of host plants of butterflies which is documented at bund of Bilwardali Lake. Monads, milkweed butterfly, blue tiger butterfly, milkweed tussock moth were feeding milkweed plant, lemon pansy butterfly were feeding chrysanthemum plant, blue merman lime swallowtail butterflies were feeding citrus plant, crimson rose hairstick butterfly, Indian visible butterflies were feeding lantern plant. So next slide. Blue tiger butterfly were feeding yellow monsoon bells, bordered packs, gorgon checkerspot butterflies were feeding black-eyed Susan, silver checkerspot butterfly were feeding cornflower, Delaware skipper butterfly were feeding penny grass, golden hairstick, blinded spinnex, waved spinnex moth were feeding sunflower, cloudless sulphur, orange buried sulphur, sleeping orange were feeding wild senna plant. Sir, next slide. Cubeb skipper, crossline skipper, Indian skipper butterflies were feeding little blue stem grass. Crimson rose butterfly were feeding Egyptian star cluster plant. Indian visible butterfly were feeding Tumbai plant. Perclissant piscary, painted lady were feeding aster plant. Blue merman butterfly were feeding banana leaf. Little hood satyr butterfly were feeding golden cypress plant. Sir, next slide. Clover looper moth were feeding Medina clover, nocturnal moth and Pyrista subsequus moth. We couldn't identify its host plants. Sir, next slide. Some of the host plants of butterflies as documented at Bund of Bilwadali Lake, crimson rose butterfly on Egyptian star cluster plant, common emigrant butterfly on lime plant, lemon pansy butterfly on lantern plant. Sir, next slide. Blue tiger butterfly, lemon pansy butterfly, common silver line butterfly on penny grass. Sir, next slide. Crimson rose butterfly on Egyptian star cluster plant, common emigrant butterfly, Indian jezebel butterfly on Tumbai plant. Next slide. Squinting bush brown butterfly on nocturnal moth, Pyrasta subsequens moth, clover looper moth. So next slide. Observation of butterflies on the Bund of Bilwadali Lake. In the month of July, we saw 19 different butterflies like tiger, milkweed, and blue tiger butterfly, etc. In our second visit, we saw 14 different species. In our third visit, that is September, species, some butterflies are silvery checkered spot, blue merman, etc. In our fourth visit, we saw only 10 different species of butterflies because of cloudy weather. After first visit, the number of species reduced may be of weather, overflow of lake, dumping of debris, and garbage on the Bund of lake. Sir, next slide. We conclude with this study, we could identify 17 species of host plants. 2 species of host plants we couldn't identify because we had seen just one in whole study period. By identifying the various butterfly, it understood that there are many host plants for these butterflies. Butterflies also help in pollination. This study area has a wide scope for further study. Sir, next slide. We thank our HM guide teacher for giving us opportunity to do this study. Bhumika S for helping us in study area. We also thank Energy and Wetland Research Group, Center of Ecological Science, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and Lake 2020 for giving us opportunity. Sir, next slide. We refer Ultimate Family Visual Dictionary, National Geographic Answer Book, Wikipedia for Identification, googlebirdhq.com. Harish Bhatt et al. A brochure of Eyes on Nature published by KSCST, Karnataka State Council for Science and Technological. Sir, next slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Trishala and Lakshmi. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Trishala and Lakshmi, for the presentation. Few butterfly names which you have mentioned, you should be very particular, okay? We don't see monarchs in India at all, and we don't have hairstreaks in Bangalore or Karnataka region. You should be very careful with identification. And what are the sources who help you to identify these butterfly names?
Sir?
From which source you could identify this butterfly species, and from how did you get those names? Stunting bush brown, other names, hair streak, checker spots.
Sir, now Google will search madri, sir.
Okay. You should be very careful next time, okay? Because many species are not seen in Bangalore or Karnataka or India at all. Be careful with the identification.
Yes, sir.
Which host plant had the highest number of butterflies? I'm asking which host plant had the highest number of butterflies.
Citrus plants. Sir, in citrus plants.
Okay, fine.
Okay, Trishala, there's one question from Judge. What measures to be taken in Bilwardali Lake to increase more number of butterflies according to you?
Sir, dumping of debris.
We should dump more debris?
ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಸರ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಟರ್ಫ್ಲೈಸ್ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಟರ್ಫ್ಲೈಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಬಿಲ್ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ ಸುತ್ತಲೂ?
ಸರ್ ಅದರಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, judges?
And you also mentioned that butterflies indicate environment change. What kind of environment change? Environment change indicate ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಯಾವ ತರ environment change ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಸರ್ ಅದು ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬಟರ್ಫ್ಲೈಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
ಓಕೆ.
ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಬಟರ್ಫ್ಲೈಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, judges. Thank you. Trishala and Lakshmi, thank you very much. Now, I think we have completed all the presentations for today. So I congratulate all of you students for making it till the final round, and you have done a good job and presented your projects very well. So the judges will be sending me the marks, and we will collate and we will announce the winners during the conference that is held between 28th to 30th December. So all of you should take active participation in the conference. There are several national and international experts who will be talking on various aspects of the environment with respect to the theme of this year's conference. Okay, so you all were in Zoom meeting today, and tomorrow onwards for the next 3 days, you can participate in YouTube, which is streaming live. So all these sessions are streamed live. So you can watch that. And during the conference also, we will be sharing you the YouTube live link, and you can watch there. And you can interact with the experts by mentioning your questions in the comment section, which we will read out, and the experts will be answering those. Okay, so it's a great opportunity for all of you to interact with various experts from national and international domain. Okay, so in order to update or get the link regularly or to get the notification of the live streaming, I request all of you to subscribe to the channel of EWRG Environmental Education so that you will be notified immediately as and when there are posts, and you can quickly log in. Okay, so it's time to wind up today's session. I congratulate all of you for being here, making all the way and putting efforts to do your projects. I hope you have learned a great deal in the process of doing these projects, and you will continue your research in learning different aspects of the environment and ecosystems, and continue to protect it and change or modify your lifestyle according to the sustainable concepts. So I thank you all for logging in today and presenting your projects. And I thank all the participants who have been streaming live on YouTube and watching all the projects presentation. I thank all the teachers who have supported the children and encouraged them to continue doing the projects and put in efforts to present today the way they have done it. And also the principals and the management who have encouraged the students and given them the opportunity by taking part in the LAKE 2020. And I thank all the judges from the scientific committee and also the members of the organizing committee for taking part in this evaluation process. So I thank one and all, and let's just see if anyone else wants to add.
Vijay, any teachers want to say anything? You just check.
Okay, any teachers would like to share anything today? Any teachers who have logged into the Zoom would like to share anything, or who are watching in YouTube would like to comment and let us know what you think?
Okay, no comments. Looks like that.
No comments. Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else wants to speak? Chaturved or anybody?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir, and thanks for again making me to be a part of this. Children, it is a request, just not for this project sake or lake conference you are observing. You should keep observing each and every organisms in and around your school, campus, garden, or lake. Your observation should lead to a conservation. Keep watching birds and butterflies. I wish you all the best. Thank you for registering for lake conference and being a part of it. And sir, and we all are there always to guide, motivate, and mentor students. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. And please be a part of International Lake Symposium from December 28 to 30. There will be surprises, seminars, calls, and also sir will be announcing the winners also. So please take active part and wish you all the best.
Okay, anyone else wants to speak? Sudarshan?
Or students can also share.
Germans? Since Sulaba? Bharat?
Thank you for actually participating in this final round of presentations, 8th standards category. So most of them have presented very nicely. So I congratulate all the presenters. So it is not about who will get the award. So you have done well accordingly as our suggestions. So thank you for all presenting. So I wish you all the best. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, Bharat?
Yeah. Yes. So congratulations one and all who are presented today. It was very informative sessions. Many people have put their hard effort to bring out more information. So I congratulate once again to all of you. And I see active participation in the coming Lake Conference from 28th to 30th, which will be happening in at IASC. So virtually you can also participate through the YouTube. So I'm also sharing you the our EWRG Environmental Education IASC YouTube page. So you can also subscribe to the channel so that you will be able to see all that expert talks, as well as you will be able to interact with the experts across the global arena. So which will help you to improve your knowledge, and also which will help you to interact with the experts so that you can also gain more knowledge and able to interact with the many people across the globe. So with that, I wish you all the best. And also I congratulate once again you people who have taken active participation. And also I would like to mention the effort of the teachers here. So many teachers have taken it very seriously, and they have also actively participated. And also I congratulate all the parents who are helped help their children to take part in this event. So with that, I want to thank one and all who are take part in this entire sessions.
Okay, Deepti?
Sir, she has posted it in the comments since she has some issues with the microphone.
Okay, fine. So you will read out that. Riju?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You read out Deepti's.
Okay, from Deepti, and I quote, appreciate all the students, teachers, and the parents who have made these studies possible. May the best science win and all the very best for all the students.
Okay, children, I think you all had a wonderful day today. You interacted with us, and you are most welcome to attend the Lake Symposium that is going to be during 28th to 30th of this month. So, and we will be announcing the winners of this competition on one of those days. We are not sure at what time and which day we do it. So that is a surprise thing. So that will also encourage you to take part in the symposium. And in case you are interested in taking part in the 9th and 10th standard presentation, the kids of 9th and 10th standard, so you are most welcome to access the YouTube this one tomorrow and after tomorrow. So once again, I invite you all for the symposium, Lake 2020, that is going to held during 28th to 30th at IISc. You can access the web page for the details and the announcement. And also you are most, if you, some of you want to come to IISc, please write to us. We will tell you what are the precautions you have to take if you are attending at IISc. But we encourage you to take part virtually so that few of you can come to IISc. So some of you, I mean, those who are chosen for the final round, we will invite them to the IISc. Maybe one from each class will be chosen. So you are most welcome to come and do the presentation to the audience consisting of international and national experts. Okay. So you may be getting the opportunity. So keep guessing. So I wish you all the success. And now Riju will conclude the session. Riju. Chaturved, I want to talk to you after that, okay? When everyone log out, okay? Yeah, Riju?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Once again, I thank all the judges, the members of the scientific committee, the organizing committee of Lake 2020 for making this possible for all the students. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to thank all the participants, teachers, principals, and the management of the schools in allowing these projects be made possible and a learning experience that the children have got from it. And to all the students, this is not the end of the project that you have started. This is the beginning of your curiosity and how you are going to take it forward, because we have seen many students who have taken part in Lake who have been very successful in their future, and who are still in touch, and some of them are even coming to the conference. So we look forward to see you all similarly in the next conference as well, and begin your journey from here. So I wish you all the best, and like Deepti mentioned, may the best project win. Good evening to all, and we may now sign off. We request all the students to exit from the meet.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chaturved. So, I was told that you got a partner.
What partner, sir?
I don't know.
No, sir. I'm still single, ready to mingle.
I was told that you want to stay on the campus during the symposium, though you stay in Bangalore, only 6 kilometers away from the campus.
Sorry?
I was told that you want to stay on the campus during the conference.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Why is that you are only 6 kilometers away, no?
Sir, if I'm there in the campus, like morning to evening, I'll be there, sir. If not, again, if I go late, again, I'll have to come back. So I was planning I will stay in campus only. If the provision is there, if not, I will travel.
Okay, fine. We'll arrange, okay? We'll arrange in the guest house so you can, because yesterday Riju was telling that I didn't respond, it seems. When you told me in the last meeting, I don't remember when we discussed. So, anyway, good, Riju has reminded me. So, we will arrange, okay? So, you are coming with your partner or single?
Sir, alone, sir.
Okay, good. So,
Butterflies and moths will be there, sir.
Anyway, you will have a partner in your room. One more person will be there, okay?
Yes, sir.
So either Ravi Shankar Mishra or Srikant will be there.
I was thinking, Rijilal will be good, sir.
No, Rijulal is a married man. He might come with his wife.
Oh,
so you can deprive him of his dessert. Huh?
Fine, sir. Okay. Anything is fine, sir.
So,
hope both of them don't snow. That's it.
Okay, good, good. So you are there whole day. Tomorrow also you will be there, no?
Yes, sir.
How is Empri?
Doing good, sir. Now I'm in Udupi for this carrying capacity project. Since last 2 weeks, I'm in Mangalore itself.
So how did you travel to Udupi? You went by car or bus?
No, sir. By private bus. I booked last 2 weeks back, and I'm staying in a private hotel. So where I'm alone and everything is safe here. So here we have hired a local cab. So each day we'll be going and coming, finishing field work.
Okay.
It is just of survey, forest survey, and socio-economic survey, sir.
So you have any advice to Ravi Shankar, your room partner?
It's a request that he doesn't snore.
No,
That's it.
Field workers don't snore. Only people who sit in the office will snore.
Is Ravi Shankar there?
He must be there, no? He was one of the participants here. I think he will be there. I think he has logged
I think he has exited.
Yeah, he has logged out. Yes, that's correct. So he must have heard his name, then he must have silently walked out.
Sunday, what time you want me to come, sir? Afternoon or evening, I'm free. I can come and help you out.
If you want to come in the morning, you can come and log in, or afternoon you can log in. 2 o'clock is the login time.
Okay.
So that
No, to lab, sir, Sunday. To a lab for arranging things. Monday.
No, we are there. The whole day we are there.
Okay. Fine, sir.
After 8:30, we are most of us will be around.
Sir, I will be there by second half, sir. Morning, I'm going for a field work. Once I finish my bird watching and butterfly documenting, I will come, sir. Probably after lunch, I will be coming to lab to meet you.
Okay, no problem. That's okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye, sir. Thank you, Riju. Thank you all.
Okay, Riju, I think everyone has logged out.
Yes, sir. Only we are there.
Yeah, only. That's true.
Turn on your video, man. It's been a long time I've not seen you.
There's no camera in my system.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Okay, you want to see him? I'll ask him to come to my room, okay? You can see him. So, Riju, you can come over here.
Yes, sir. Coming, sir.
Hey, and you are not staying in ISC? traveling every day or how is it?
I'm staying at IASC only.
Okay. ಏನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರಾ?
Mostly.
Okay. ಸರಿ. Fine. Anything is fine. We'll be there. We'll meet you. Sunday ಸಿಗೋಣ ಹಂಗಿದ್ರೆ.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, see you.
See you, sir.